Hello. Hi, Franklin. Hi, Tori. How you guys doing? Happy Sunday. Hi, Tori. How was your weekend? All right, let's see. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, the conduit before Saren. Peros, Novaria, and Artemis Town. So I need to go to Novaria. Okay. Okay. Let's see if I can remember. This is the meeting room. That's right. This is where I go. Weekend was busy. Had a cosplay event. Stay with fair with family. Oh my gosh. What did you cosplay as? Hi, Wolfie. Okay, so go back. Okay. Blessies. Wait, didn't I say I needed to go to Novaria? Hold on. Let me double check that I'm doing the right one. Yeah, Novaria. Okay. Oh, I forgot fish. Hold on, hold on. That's me. That's me. I forgot to open fish. Hold on. It only takes a second. I knew I was forgetting something. When I was like opening everything, I'm like, what am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Okay, now fish is connected. All right, I'm sorry, guys. There we go. Okay. I knew I forgot something. Okay. So I need to go to Novaria. So this is telling me... Oh, here's Novaria. There. Stranus. I guess Pax. I like how it just yeets you. Alright, Novaria. Okay. Land. Ooh, it's icy. Icy, snowy.
Approach control, this is the SSV Normandy, requesting a vector and a berth.
Normandy, arrival was not scheduled. Our defense grid is armed and tracking you. State your business.
Citadel
Did he just roll his eyes?
We got a Council Spectre aboard.
Landing access granted, Normandy. Be advised, we will be confirming identification on arrival. If confirmation cannot be established, your vessel will be impounded.
Oh.
What a fun bunch. I think I'll take my next leave here.
Okay. Now I can weave. Open. Open. We have to get Tally some armor, poor girl. I don't remember. I know that there's a door over here. I guess I should talk to them.
Commander, do you have a minute?
I always make time for my officers.
Off the record, I think there's something wrong here. This Saren is trying to breed an army of Krogan, but we can't get backup from the Council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
You know what I find kind of funny about the animation of this game? Like, they put the pattern of the texture in, like, the space. Like, for example, like, Caden's hair is curly. Like, you can see the detail of it curly. but it's like a box because it just like they put the pattern of curly hair like in the space of his hair.
The council
Which I just
doesn't
find
wanna
very
believe
funny.
anything's wrong. I'd call it human nature, but
I hear
See,
you.
like you can see it's
It
supposed to be
seems like a
curly,
group
but
that's
like,
been around as long
you
as the
know,
council
there's
should
not
see this
actual
coming.
physical texture there.
It's funny, we finally get out here, and the final frontier was already settled, and the residents don't even seem impressed by the view or the dangers.
Sip it.
well, you're a romantic. Did you sign on for the dream, Malenko? Secure a man's future in space?
Yeah, I read a lot of those books when I was a kid, where the hero goes to space to prove himself worthy of a woman he loves, or, you know, for justice. Maybe I was a romantic in the beginning, but I thought about it after brain camp. Sorry.
Right, like his
Biotic
face is
acclimation
detailed, like he's
and
got like
temperance.
laugh lines and
I'm
stuff,
not looking for the
but then he's
dream.
just got like this lump
I just wanna
of
do some
hair
good.
with a
See what's
curly
out
hair
there.
texture in it. It's very
Sorry
strange.
if I got too informal. Protocol wasn't a big focus back in Bot.
Like her, the same thing, like her lips are very, very, very detailed. But then like she's just got like this like shape of hair. It's funny.
Tell me about him.
Biotic acclimation and temperance didn't last past the airlock. To the kids they called in, it was brain camp. Sorry, hauled in is unkind. We were encouraged to commit to an evaluation of our abilities so an understanding of biotics could be compiled. There are worse results of accidental exposure to element 0 in the womb. Beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with.
You doubt it was accidental? Yeah.
Is there some question about how you were exposed?
My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was
Mhm.
biotics.
Yeah.
Little after
In
the
Space, wavy
crash
curls,
was.
blue shift into
I was in
infinite
Zephyr around
dimensions.
63 when kinetics was running out of first-gen subjects.
I just like,
Until then, they'd relied on accidentals.
it's like
Bunch of
they
guys with
tried. They
shoulders
wanted
and
so
loyalties.
hardly. Hi,
Next
Dave.
thing you know,
They wanted so hardly for
Pinxel.
detail, but like, but they also couldn't. It's just very funny. Like I have to remind myself that this is a remaster of a game that came out in like 2008 or something like that, you know? Like even though I'm playing it in 2024, like it came out in like 2008, 2009 or whatever. But anyway, I just happened to notice that when I was talking to him and I was like, and they tried so hard.
Jump
Got so
Zero's a long
far,
way
but in the
from home.
end, it doesn't even
What was
matter.
it like?
The grand gateway to humanity looks
Oh my
a
God.
lot better in the vids.
I'm obsessed with these from Dunkin' Donuts.
This was supposed to be a casual
It's the
debrief
strawberry
of a
dragon
full
fruit
session about
refresher
stuff that
made with
happened
green
years ago.
tea. I've had like 6 this weekend. I'm interesting. I want to know my crew. You're right. He's like, he and Garrus are my only romance options, right? Him, Garrus, and Liara are my only romance options, right?
I wanted to get to know you a little better. That's all. Thanks for the
Sounds
talk.
nice. It is. It's pretty good.
Well,
I tried the watermelon, the kiwi watermelon one last night, and it was so
getting this
watermelon-y. It was very, very tart. You make a habit of getting this personal with everyone. Wow, are you calling me a hoe? I think he's calling me a hoe.
I didn't say I did this for the whole crew. We should talk again.
I'll need some time to process that, Commander. But yeah, I'd like that.
Hi, Mark. How you doing, buddy? Welcome in. Ooh, chair slide a bit. Okay. Shepherd's locker. Open. Open! Ooh, take off. Is that it? Was that all it was? Is just... Okay. Sleeper pod. Examine. Hello. Okay. 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 Hello, other people. Dr. Chakwas. Hello.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you...
Caden Alenka.
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record. Over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
L2?
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. Lieutenant Alenka was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
What
Like?
kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain. There's a long list of horrific side effects. Caden's lucky. He just gets migraine.
I'm sorry, what? Okay.
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
He's like,
I
no, he
enlisted
just gets
right out of med
migraines.
school.
Nothing to worry about.
Earth always seemed boring to me. Too safe, too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I
Wild.
wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity
Romantic is
needs
probably
the
not the right
Alliance if
word.
we want to keep expanding through the Traverse. And the Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
Ever think you made the wrong choice?
Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth. Or maybe taking a position at one of the new med centers out in the colonies. But there's something special about working on soldiers. If I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Goodbye, Commander. Goodbye, Space Doc. Space Doctor. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Get back to work. Lazy bums. My nose itches. With these lazy bums on my ship. It's a big ship. This is a big ship. Right, Priestley. Who are you? Blur? 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 Where is everyone? Heat load monitor. Exit. Okay, so that's the exit. But wait, there's like, where's the rest of the crew to talk to? Like, where's my crew? Wait, weren't they down in like the airlock? Not the the airlock, but yeah. Weren't they like in the elevator area? Where was that? Yeah, here. At least that's where they were before, right? Open. Okay, so there's Garrus. Oh, like here's everyone's lockers. Oh wait, do we have anything for Tali yet? Tali. No, she's still got no fucking armor. We have to go shopping. How do I go shopping? Do I have to go back to the Citadel to go shopping? Here's Garrus.
Commander, how are you?
You and C-Sec.
Why did you want to be a C-Sec officer in the first place?
That's a good question. There were several reasons, I guess.
Like what?
Is the volume okay for you guys? Because I
Probably
feel
the
like it's
same
a
as most
little
officers.
quiet.
I wanted to fight injustice, wanted to help people. I guess my father had something to do with it too. He was C-Sec, one of the best. I grew up hearing about his accomplishments or seeing his picture on the vids after a big arrest. He's taking my resignation pretty hard.
It's tough. But you'd think he'd be impressed you're going after Saren.
My father's a C-Sec man to the bone. Do things right or don't do them at
My dad used to
Thinks
say
I'm being
that.
too rash, too impatient. He's worried I'll become just like Saren. He actually talked me out of becoming a Spectre when I was younger, for the same reasons.
Aw.
You were asked to be a Spectre.
Well, I was targeted as a possible Spectre candidate, me and about 1,000 other Turian military recruits. I could have received special training, but my father didn't like it. He
Aw.
despises the Spectres. He hates the idea of someone having unlimited power with no accountability. He wouldn't like you, Commander.
No kidding.
I suppose I can understand his concern.
You can. But Saren's not going to play by our rules, C-Sec's rules. If you want to nail Saren, you need to send someone who isn't restricted by policies and procedures.
I need a new monitor. This one's like has like a line sometimes. Like a refresh rate line. I don't know how to explain it. You guys don't see it on stream, but I see it. Not true.
Just because you can break the rules doesn't mean you should. I don't need to stoop to Saren's level to stop him. And neither do you, Garrus.
I see what you mean, but I'll think about it. Thanks, Commander.
Thanks, Commander. All right.
Looking for supplies?
Yes. Do you have
Let's see what
armor?
you got.
You bet, Commander.
Do you have armor that I can buy? Armor human, armor human. No, I need armor for Tali. For Tali. Also, where is everyone? Oh, Tali. I found her. Hello, Tali. You still have no armor.
Hello, Shepard.
I sound down.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Your ship is amazing, and your crew's been really great to me, especially your chief engineer. But I just sort of feel out of place.
Why?
The Normandy runs so smooth, it feels like we're not even moving. And the engines are so quiet. How do you sleep at night?
I agree. If it's too quiet, I can't sleep. Like, I hear, like, my
Silence
brain.
wakes you up?
Back on the flotilla, the last thing you want to hear is silence. It means an engine's died or an air filter shut down. I guess you don't have to worry about that here. But old habits die hard. But it's more than just the silence. This ship feels so empty. It's like half the crew is missing.
There's so many people on here.
Back home, I couldn't wait to go on my
Hey,
pilgrimage.
15. Let's
I
go.
couldn't wait to get away from the crowds. Now that I'm out here, I kind of miss them.
Oh, you're homesick, babe girl.
Sometimes we don't appreciate what we have till it's gone.
You can't
That's true.
always get
I'm starting
what
to
you
wonder if that's what the pilgrimage is really about. It's given me a whole new perspective on my people and our culture. You know, there's always a few who go on their pilgrimages and never return. I always assumed something bad happened to
Especially
them,
during summer.
but maybe they just wanted a different life.
Yeah, like, I just like a nice happy medium when I'm trying to sleep. But I'm the worst kind of person, I know. But I also sleep with the TV on. Because I just don't like no noise. Right, but you're gonna go back, right?
You do plan to return to the migrant fleet, right?
Used to it?
I
I
could
guess
never
so.
abandon my people, Shepard. I will go back eventually, but we have to stop Saren first. Otherwise,
Ceiling fan's
I
always
might not
on?
have a
Yeah.
home to go back to.
Okay.
I should go.
Why am I tired? It's like
See you later.
8:40 on a Sunday.
Hey, Commander, you know that Quarian, Tali? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
Hi, girl. How you doing? Is she bad
I'll
on you?
tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. Wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real
Oh,
knack
don't
for
apologize.
technology
This is
down
what it's for.
there. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
Oh, you accidentally redeemed it? I thought you were just being like,
think it's a
hooray,
real
I'm
asset to the
here.
You got an eye for talent, Commander.
Girl, how you
Guessing that's not
doing?
why you came down here.
Yes. Actually, why do I need to talk to this
Carry
guy?
on,
I don't
Adams.
need to, right?
Aye, Commander.
Anyway. Graw's here. How you doing, Graw? It's been a while. Good to see you. What you up to? What you been playing lately? That's how I catch up with my friends. I'm like, hi, how are you? What are you playing? Para or Renegade? I've done Paragon for most of my choices, yeah. I have a hard time being mean to video game characters. It's a problem. So I can't do evil playthroughs of games and stuff, like. Okay, so the only person I haven't spoken to is Liara, and I don't know where she is. Oh, through medical, maybe? Old school RuneScape grinding a group Iron Man? That's what's up. I personally have not played RuneScape, but I knew somebody who played it a lot, and they used to do Iron Mans together. Here she is. Okay. I have to blow my nose again. Oh my gosh.
I've been thinking about Saren. I actually feel a little sorry for him now.
Okay. Is your group just a bunch of crazies? Alright, okay.
He's become a slave to the Reapers, and he can't even see.
Wifey? She's your wifey? I like Tali, but Tali doesn't like
Part of
Girl
him senses
Shepherd.
his identity slowly being swallowed up by Sovereign, but he is powerless to stop it. I wonder how he first fell into Sovereign's trap. Did he think he could somehow stop the Reapers from returning? Or was he simply driven by a lust for power and glory?
Wow, calling my fam crazy, how dare you? No, I asked. I said, are they just like crazy wackadoo? And that's why it's hard. Everybody's crazy, let's be real. Was he driven by lust for power and glory?
Whatever Saren's reasons may have been, they're long gone now. He has to be stopped.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Playing with your cousins.
He may be Sovereign's victim, but he is also a threat to all life
Man,
as
that'd
we
be
know
cool
it.
if my cousins played games with
Seriously,
me.
I spend every free minute talking about Saren. It is bad enough we are chasing him across the galaxy.
Wait, why? Hello, Ark. Welcome in. I'm more confused about where the Twitch alert came from. What? Twitch. 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 No. Twitch, no. No, Twitch. 27 months. Arcs to 2 heart, arcs to 2 wave. Arcs to 2 wave, arcs to 2 heart. Arc, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for 27 freaking months. That's crazy. What did you play? Grounded. Yes, that's right. It is a grounded weekend. How you doing? How was your stream? Thank you. How was your weekend? Hello, raiders. Welcome in. I know that you probably already know who I am, but if you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want. Right now, we are playing my first playthrough of Mass Effect, and yeah, I know what you guys really want, so here you go. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Rosie, get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Art, thank you so much for the raid. Enjoy dinner. Got hit with an ad. Boo. Yeah, it'd be like that. Ark, what's for dinner? Ark, thank you so much for 6 viewers. Let's go. Stupid Twitch, I know. With the poopy head. Okay. I'd like to talk to you.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
Should only be 10 more seconds, girl. Prothean ruins. You must get lonely.
Sounds dangerous and lonely.
Sometimes I would run afoul of indigenous life forms or stumble across a small band of mercenaries or privateers, but I was always careful. Until the Geth followed me to Artemis Tau. I never found myself in any situation my biotics could not handle. As for the solitude, well,
welcome back.
That is one aspect that most appealed to me. Sometimes
I don't know what the deal is, but Twitch really, really, really loves throwing ads as I get raided. The updated Pinx ad. Oh, the video? I'm sure we'll play it again. Why? Do you need to get away?
Like other people?
I suppose it comes from being a matriarch's daughter. People expected me to follow in Benezia's footsteps. They wanted me to become a leader of our people.
Oh yeah, that's right, her mom.
Matriarchs guide their followers into the future. They seek the truth of what
they deliberately put ads at raids. Oh, that's so rude, Twitch. Hi, Alias. How you doing?
So foolish when I say
but rude.
It sounds like I became an archaeologist simply to spite Benezia.
Pink ads are better than Twitch ads. Thanks, girl. It's time to update it. I have to make a new video soon. Became an archaeologist to spite her. That's funny. It's not foolish.
All children rebel.
Twitch trying to get that bag. I know.
It's a natural part of growing up.
But why did I have to do it during a raid? Like, that's just rude. Because then, like, because, you know, people, like, people want to be like, oh, ads, bad streamer. But it's like, you know?
The Protheans were these wondrous, mysterious figures. I wanted to know everything about them. That is why I find
ad revenue. Yeah. No, it's not stealing. It's not stealing from me. I do get ad revenue, but still, it's annoying.
By working Prothean technology.
I'm fascinating.
Sounds like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No, I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's
She's freaking out. That's funny.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool.
Yeah, a little bit.
Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing
That's
around
so
other people.
funny.
Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
Gonna flirt with the blue babe? My only options are her, Caden, and Garrus.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
I don't
I
understand
like
it.
Tali, but she
was
doesn't
always
like me
outspoken about the need for the Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events.
Yes, this is my first time.
Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run. At least I hope so.
This hurts you, doesn't it?
None of this makes any sense to me. I have not spoken to Benezia in many years, but I know her. And this was not like her. Something changed.
Huh.
I should go.
Yes,
Goodbye, Shepard.
my wonderful bestie, Baba Yaga Witch, bought me the Legendary Edition, so it's like the remaster or whatever. I would like to finish 1 tonight, but I don't foresee that happening. Trying a Renegade run? Yeah, I did Paragon. Like I said, I have a hard time being mean to, like, video game characters. Ooh, I do this every time. It's over here. Alright. Exit. Okay. Tali and Liara. Let's go. Poor Tali still has no new armor. It's tough. Yeah, I just can't be mean.
Equalizing
Like, I
interior
really
pressure
struggled in
with
my
exterior
Evil
atmosphere.
Baldur's Gate playthrough.
Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Okay. Alright, new planet. Let's go. We're on Novaria. Hello. You scan? You scan me? You scan me? No? Want to? Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
That's far enough.
We'll cooperate.
We're not here to cause problems.
This is an unscheduled arrival. I need your credentials.
I'm a Spectre. My name is Shepard.
Load of horse crap, man. We will need to confirm that.
Confirm it,
also, I must
bitches.
advise you that firearms are not permitted on Novaria. Sergeant Sterling, secure their weapons.
No, it can't have them.
It would not be wise to search for the Geth unarmed.
I like how me and Tali take our guns out. We're like, and Liara just like glows blue. That's funny.
Stand down. Their house, their rules.
I'll be behind you. That armor's in good condition?
Captain Matsuo, stand down.
That's so funny.
We confirmed their identity. Spectres are authorized to carry weapons here, Captain.
You may proceed, Spectre. I hope the rest of your visit will be less confrontational. Parasini-san will meet you upstairs. Behave yourself.
Bitches.
Get out of here.
I will shoot you in your face. Hello.
I'm sure Parasini-san will answer any
Parasini-san. Ooh. I heard so many good things about it. I love it. Gianna Parasini.
I am Gianna Parasini.
I want her
Assistant to
suit.
Administrator Ananias. We apologize for the
I want her
incident in
suit.
the docking bay.
What the hell? Oh, my mom's like putting something up there.
I appreciate your help.
You're welcome. You understand our security chief was only doing her job. One of my duties is orientation of new arrivals. Do you have any questions?
Do you believe it's easier to be evil in this? I'm sure, but I can't even say mean things to them. I'm such a baby.
Pretty heavy security for such a small port.
The executive board does everything in its power to protect the privacy of our client corporations.
I can't have my investigation hampered.
Tread lightly. The board can bury you in litigation. You'd need an Asari lawyer to see the case through.
Hi, DJ.
Has anyone unusual passed through here recently?
Unusual? An Asari matriarch passed through a few days
Oh.
ago. Lady Benezia.
Oh.
Benezia.
What?
She is here?
What? Mommy.
Can I speak with her?
She left.
Benezia left for the Peak 15 research complex days ago. To the best of my knowledge, she's still there.
Need directions.
Could you tell me how to get there?
You'll need to ask Administrator Analeas for clearance to leave this port.
Where's
Where can
Analeas?
I find the administrator?
His office is on the main level.
Oh, I thought
left
she
at
was
the top
pointing
of
to the guy
elevator.
next to him. That's funny. Okay.
Understood. Can we go in now?
Take water.
Of course. If you need any help, you can ask me at the Administrator's office.
She is here. I can't believe it. I imagine you want to talk to me, Shepard. About my mother.
Don't worry.
No, we don't. I trust you, Liara. You may not be military, but you're a part of my crew.
Thank you, Shepard. That
How are you?
means a
I'm
great deal
okay.
to
How
me.
are you? Part of me thinks I should order some food even though I'm not hungry yet. But I feel like I will get hungry and I won't have many options if I wait too long. You know. You know. Also, I got out of the shower like an hour or so before stream, so my hair is just like starting to get all frizzy and gross. I hate that. Hello, you don't have anything for sale? Take advantage of those options. I know, I really, really should. An emotional support stream? I'll be your emotional support stream.
The galaxy's most respected site for independent
Espion
scientific
in
research
chat.
and development. For your own safety and to protect the privacy of others, you are required to obey any directions given by our security personnel. If you have questions or concerns, our friendly administrative staff is always available.
Thank you, and enjoy your
and
stay.
enjoy your stay.
Well, businesswoman. Man, I want pretty dresses.
The managers warned us about you.
This is a pretty long game, not gonna lie. Do you happen to know,
This
Raw,
one offers greetings.
like how
You are the
much
specialist that
time
visits Port
I have
Hanshan.
left? Like, can I finish this tonight in like 4 hours or so? Or do you think I could probably finish it if I said okay? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Alright, so the place I was thinking is not open at the moment. Hold on 1 second. I was gonna get some Greek food, but you heard?
News travels fast here.
Indeed, esteemed Spectre. Your arrival was not greeted with any joy by the companies here. This one has a burden that you could ease.
Oh?
If an arrangement could be made, it would compensate you. This one has procured a special item for a customer. The item is not permitted within the station, but you could bring it through customs.
Smuggling!
You want me to use my status to smuggle for you?
Yes.
That is not inaccurate.
That
Maybe
is
later.
not
Right now, I need
inaccurate.
supplies.
Of course. This one apologizes for inconveniencing you.
Non-human armors. Let's go. That's what I need. Alright, I need Chorian. Is that what I need? $76,000. What is it? Lay down. Come here. Come here. Bad boy. Come here. I knew it. I knew I heard noises. Fucking Jack digging in the fucking garbage. Okay. See, I can't see. Like, it won't let me this game is so fucking annoying sometimes. Like, it's so stupid sometimes with the shit it does. See, what the fuck kind of armor do you need? $17, but for full completion it's 42.5. I think I'm right around like 12. Like this is so frustrating. Like it doesn't tell me like what she needs. Quarian, thank you. So there's still no armor for Tali. I'm 2/3 with this game, and there's still no armor for Tali.
Of course. This one apologizes.
I have not found a single armor for Tali yet. Make it make sense. Like, these are all Turian. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You can find some later. Yeah, but she's still wearing level 1 armor. She's still wearing level 1 armor. Like, this poor girl dies with like 1 hit because she has level 1 armor on. Like, it's ridiculous. A lot of side missions are better. I hardly shop for stuff, but like, I haven't picked up an armor for her. Like, I've gone to every single vendor. Like, there's no armor for this poor girl. She gets one-tapped everywhere she goes because she has literally level 1. She has like 5 like damage protection or something absolutely ridiculous. Look at, like, I'm in 5s and 6s right now. Crazy. And also, like, that is so obnoxious that it doesn't show like what kind of armor they need. Like, that's really annoying. Look at that. 5. She has 5 damage protection. That's crazy to me. Wait. I'm not gonna help this squid guy because I really want to finish this game so I can go play the second one because I've heard the second one's better. Where am I going? Because it's the first game. Well, I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with this. I've just heard that, like, this is a series that, like, it gets better. And I want the better. I want the better. Alright, I'm looking for... Ooh, look at the snow out there. The acquisition guy. I don't think there's a lot for Tali. Yeah, but there has to be like something. Like there has to be something. Hello.
Spectre, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
I used to be a military tech, except for Mayuko's people.
Better than
everyone's
3
too
options.
corporate here. They
Better.
just sit around sipping
Harder,
expensive
faster,
water.
better, stronger.
So what can I do for you today?
Oh yeah, I was ordering food. Investigate. Local news.
You seem like you have an ear to the ground. What's happening around here?
There's the problems up on Peak 15. Synthetics Insights was shut down by animals.
Oh yeah, that's where we need to go.
And a matriarch came through.
Yeah, that's where we need to go. Bane is the.
Do you know where that matriarch is now?
You looking for her? She took a shuttle to Peak 15 before we lost contact.
What sort of problems are there at Peak 15?
He just told me, but I mean,
no.
pay attention, I guess.
There's a blizzard up there, but we've had those before. Never cut the satellite uplinks before. 15's always had a lousy reputation. Nobody talks about what they do there. And everyone sent up comes back a little quieter.
Ah, okay.
I have to go.
You need
I have to go.
I'll be here.
Hello, can I go in?
Access to the garage is restricted.
I'm on Citadel business. I need to leave this station.
If you want to enter the
Bored or
garage, you
surprised
need
or catatonic
authorization
all
from
at once.
Mr. Analeus.
Look at her eyes.
No exceptions. I'm sorry.
Can you see her eyes? Oh yeah, I'm not in the way. Holy shit. Oh, synthetics, okay, temporarily closed. Huh. This looks like an ammo station. Sleep. Ah, my foot's asleep. Shivering in her boots. Please, Spectre-san. Please, Spectre-san, don't kill me. Can I go in here? Yep. What's in here? Ooh, look at those little workstations, guys. Oh, hello!
How can I help you?
I'd like to speak to Analeus.
One moment, please. Mr. Analeus?
I would really like her dress.
Commander Shepard is asking to see you, sir.
Yes,
Right,
what?
fine, come in.
Yes, what? Fine, come in. You may come in. Oh, he's one of these guys. I was like, why does he
You'll
talk like a
excuse me if
nerd?
I don't stand. I have no time to entertain spaceborne vagabonds.
I'm a Spectre. You
I'm
better
here
have
as a
some fucking
Spectre, not a
respect.
human. Keep that
Respecter.
Believe me, that is foremost in my mind. This greeting is a courtesy. I will only cooperate as required by the Executive Board.
Wow.
Businesses come here to avoid the second guessing of galactic law.
The lack of oversight, right?
Are you telling me you have no safety protocols?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think a for-profit company would take no precautions against loss of life and material? Project leads have the final say here, not meddlesome politicians.
I can tell on the brain. I ain't no snitch. Yeah, I want to go in here.
Why is Synthetic Insights closed?
I have placed Laura Keene, the
are you
manager of the
typing
Hanshan
on?
office, under internal review.
There's
I cannot
nothing
comment
there for
further
you
at
to
this
type.
time.
I've heard an Asari matriarch is here. Benezia?
She arrived a few days ago, accompanied by a personal escort and some cargo. She's up at Peak 15.
What sort of cargo?
What can you tell me about her cargo?
Large,
Her cargo
heavy, and
vroom
sealed.
vroom.
It passed weapon screening. Beyond that, it is not our concern.
Alright, hold on. I need to like fix my hair. It's getting frizz-tastic here because of I took a shower. Alright, large, heavy, and sealed. It passed weapon screening. Beyond that's not our that's like, these people are kind of crazy. They're like, no, we're just not gonna ask any questions. It's fine. Alright,
What do you mean, personal escort?
Like guard?
The phrase is self-explanatory.
Phrase is
Bodyguards attending to the safety of her person, mainly Asari commandos.
Commandos? Odd that you shouldn't mind their presence.
They followed all our regulations. I had no reason to forbid Lady Benezia from taking them.
So, they're like, we have no rules and regulations, right? And then they're like, oh, but they followed all of our rules and regulations. So do you have rules and regulations or not? I'm confused here. Alright, why is she here? Yeah, why is she here?
What brought her out here?
If I knew, I wouldn't be at liberty to say. She came here as Agent Saren's executor.
Excuse me, his what?
Executor. Saren is
Get
a
over
major
here.
shareholder in Binary Helix. Lady Benezia is authorized to act in his name. She's here on business for Binary Helix. There were issues at Peak 15 that required
down.
Saren's attention.
Lay down. Come here. Lay down. Bad. Binary Helix. There were issues that required Saren's attention. Okay.
I'd like to see her immediately.
I'm afraid that you cannot. Peak 15 is a private facility in the Skadi Mountains. Regardless, there is a blizzard in the area. Shuttles are grounded and surface access has been cut off.
So we drive.
Surface access, you say?
Cut off, I said. The roads are not suitable for travel. Don't make an issue of this, Shepard.
Let him be stubborn, Shepard. I'm sure someone else here is willing to help us.
Back to my other questions.
Okay.
Every minute of my time you waste costs the company 12 credits. I will keep a running tally.
Oh, good. I can't wait.
Do you do business with Saren?
I believe I explained this already, did I not? He is a major investor in Binary Helix Corporation, which is one of Novaria's backers.
All right.
I'm leaving.
Good. I received a dozen urgent messages while you dithered about.
I want to shoot him. I want to shoot him. Can I shoot him?
Mr. Ananias isn't the only one with a pass to leave Hanshan.
Oh?
You've never worked in the corporate world, have you, Commander? You can't bludgeon through bureaucracy.
So it would seem.
You won't? I don't think it'll let me. I think this is one of those games where it, like, actually, like,
you should be able to
doesn't
find
let
him
you
at the
shoot in
hotel
certain
bar.
places.
Can't say more. Not within earshot of Mr. Ananias.
How large are the facilities here?
We have 17 research complexes built into the mountains. Each is a
very
self-sufficient
glossy
facility
lips.
housing a staff of hundreds.
Who's Lorik?
You said I should talk to Lorik Keen?
Mr. Ananias isn't
There we
the
go.
only one with a pass to leave Hanshan. Keen spends his days at the hotel since his office was closed.
Okay.
Tell me about the companies that work on Novaria.
Over 250 high-tech firms rent
I
our
really
labs.
like her
Major
outfit.
shareholders include Elanus Risk Control Services, Binary Helix, and Synthetic Insights Limited.
Binary Helix.
Binary Helix. They work in genetics?
BH is a leader in genetics and biotechnology. They try to keep a low profile in the media. Much of their research is in biotic modifications. That angers many Luddite, organic baseline, and fundamentalist groups.
Your guards work for ERCS, don't they?
The executive board gets a discount on
I
facility
totally saw
security.
what you did
Elanus
there.
also develops
I've been
lethal
trying to
and
make
non-lethal
puns
weapons.
for all of my Mass Effect. I try to make puns for all of my stream titles because I'm just very punny like that. But all of my Mass Effect ones specifically I've been trying to do. Alright, I did that. This one?
Haven't I seen Synthetic Insights in the news lately?
They're one of only 4 corporations licensed by the Citadel Council to develop artificial intelligence.
Oh, excuse
They
me.
attract many protests. No agitators have ever breached our security. That's why they invest heavily here.
Okay.
I've taken up enough of your time.
Okay, so I need to go to the
Not at all,
hotel.
Spectre. This is my job, after all.
I need to go to the hotel. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. Oh wait, let me see if it'll let me shoot that guy. Because Alias said I won't do it. And I ain't no bitch. Damn. Damn. They looked like they were just like little kids like in the class. That was really funny. Alien just said I wouldn't, and I ain't no bitch. Alright. Guard. Okay, this is an elevator, but where does this go? Say. Let's just go in here. Oh, 13! I know that one! I know that one, Frosty Tools! Look at that, guys. I know a Frosty Tools trivia. It's Apollo 13. Yeah. I'm so smart. Oh wait, Ira was already here. Who's this guy? Why are you looking so sussy? Your hairline's very sussy too. Alright, I need to find a hotel. Okay, this is where we landed. Took 30 minutes, that's funny. An unforgettable story of survival and ingenuity. Alright. Let me look. Customs. Okay, so I guess we go through here. From ad world again? Damn, we just had ads, man. Main? Twitch is pumping them out today. Holy shit. I guess I've been live for an hour. I guess that makes sense. Okay. So, plaza, administration office. No, I don't need that. Garage. Okay. So what's right here? Oh, that guy. Okay. And then if I go straight, all the way straight ahead, that's another elevator. Hey, Magruder, how's it going? Good to see you. Welcome back. All right. I can't, wait, can I go in here? No, that's red. When I'm back, so I usually just stockpile ads at the beginning so I can have like 2 hours of no ads. Clever gal. Not gal, but you know, Jurassic Park. I'm getting a little bit of a headache. Let me take something before it gets too bad. Why'd the music just change? Why'd the music just change? Alias! 9 months. Ooh. Alias, thank you so much for 9 months. Much appreciated. Oh, because I was like, why did the music just change? Alright, well that's the person I need, Loric. Businessman.
You're the Spectre, right?
Management told us not to talk to you. Ooh, I like her dress too. Alright, let's talk to Loric.
Afternoon. Sit down, have a drink. What can I do for you?
Are you Loric Keene? I heard you might be able to help me.
You are the Spectre
It's
that
very,
just arrived,
like
are you
Tron
not?
right now.
What can old Turian like me possibly help you with?
I need to get to
Trying
P15.
to find a way into the garage. I have places to go.
You need a pass. How fortuitous. I'm the manager of the local Synthetic Insights office. For the moment, at least. Mr. Analeus closed my office. He claims to be investigating reports of my corruption. The administrator is an interesting man. He's become quite wealthy since he took direct control of rents.
Intriguing coincidence.
I sense a connection there.
Indeed. I acquired evidence of Analeus' actions. His hired goons are ransacking my office to find it.
Sup, bitches? A baked tater. What you put on it? Tell me what you putting on it.
Mr. Analeus would be disinclined to let you wander. If you recover the evidence from my office, I will give you my garage pass, as well as a sum of credits.
I'm interested.
You have a plan?
I do.
Cheese,
However,
bacon,
there is
sour
one
cream.
other-
Mwah, chef's
what is
kiss.
that charming human expression? Fly in the lotion?
No.
Violence against Mr. Analeus' thugs may be necessary. He has members of Hanshan's security team searching my offices. He's paying them under the table. Miss Matsuo is unaware of their outside employment.
I'll figure something
I'll
out.
focus on trying to get your evidence. If I'm lucky, I won't have to fight anyone.
Excellent. Here is my pass into our offices. It
Okay.
will activate the elevator.
Okay.
The evidence is on my office computer. This OSD contains an encryption key to access it. Slide it into the drive and it will auto-execute. Oh, and do try to keep bloodstains off the carpets, would you?
Yeah, I'll do my best, I guess. Hello, can I have your pretty dress?
The male human at the hotel bar? He's a sales rep for Binary Helix. His name is Raphael Vargas. I need you to speak with him.
Who the fuck are you?
Do you know who I am?
The Taternator?
Everyone here knows who you are, Dullstone. That makes you ideal for my job. You are a known quantity, or so Vargas will think. He will assume you are here to investigate his company's dirty laundry. That will distract him from my real intentions.
What are your real intentions?
I don't know anything about Binary Helix. What would I talk to Vargas about?
I just like people
I
are so
represent the
sketch in
Arnali
this
City
game.
Council on Thessia. Our town is known for its biotic amp crafters.
What is your city's interest in Binary Helix? They do not manufacture amps.
Much of BH's work relates to biotics. There are rumors that the Novaria branch has flown
Nice
in
and hot. Oh
biotics.
man, a baked tater sounds
Powerful
real
ones.
good.
Commandos, to be specific.
Wait till you guys see what I
You
got
want
for
to
dinner.
assess any potential risk to Asari copyrights.
Wait
You
till
will
you
present
see.
yourself as a buyer on behalf of the Spectres or the Alliance. Discuss their military enhancement programs. Your real objective will be to distract him. I will give you a device that will crack into his personal wireless network. It will upload a variety of monitoring viruses. They will infiltrate Binary Helix when he logs onto their intranet.
This is illegal.
What's in it for me?
This
Money, of
is
course.
illegal.
I would be well paid for this. So would you. 500 credits.
But like this is illegal. I don't know. Why does she always look like she has been sucking on helium with her eyes? Who, my character? Pretzlays? Bad Shepherd would do?
You think this
Illegal.
uniform's just for show? My job is to enforce the law, not break it.
Do you think that Binary Helix obeys all the laws? That they do not spy on other companies?
Damn.
What they might be doing somewhere else doesn't justify my acting against them here.
Very well, Spectre. I will be on my way.
Yeah, fuck off, bish. Is Tali dancing? Is Tali like feeling the music? She's like, I gotta keep my cool though, they can't know. I can't know that I like the music. This is very Tron right now. Nobody will sell to me? Nobody will sell to me? Hello, Raphael Vargas.
Can I help you?
Yes, do you have anything I can buy? What is with your face? Sir, I do not body shame, but what is with your face? Ugh. Guys, don't body shame. That's mean. Unless they look like that. Then it's okay. Who's Inamadora?
It's me.
Oh, do you know my buddy? Beat it. What's the music telling us to feel? You can't say that on stream. Oh no. No, stop. Don't reset. Don't reset my circle. Damn it. I hate that it resets the circle when you go. Reset. Yeah. Pod 1010, phase 2.5. Right, 2.3 out of 10. Right, it was just like you need to get your money back on whoever made that face for you. You need to go get your money back. As I said, we don't body shame here. We are accepting of all shapes and sizes and races and peoples, unless they look like that.
I'm sorry. The hotel is off limits to those without a court.
Unless they look like that. Like, instead of, like, you know that, like, the what are those? Also, what are those? Are those sandals with, no, they're just weird shit. But instead of, like, what are those? It's, what are those? But it's his face. Face shaming, however, when they look like that, is allowed. Oh, we lost the music. Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those eyes? From the clearance section, apparently. Okay, so I need to go right here first of all. Ackermans. I need to go back to the Synthetic Insights place that was locked. How did I get there? Was it this elevator? Just their left shoes, though. Wait, where's my phone? I don't want my food to get cold. It's not here yet. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Now I've got Jeepers Creepers stuck in my head. Where'd you get those peepers? Where'd this go? Hello?
Freeze! Hanshan security. This office is sealed.
Lorik Keene gave me a pass in.
Keene? Are you working for him? He's under investigation.
You're here illegally!
Ananias is paying you to shake this place down. Does Captain Matsu...
Illegal!
Hey, I'm not the one who wants Keene. Ananias has a Varen up his ass about this guy. How about this? You pretend you didn't see us, we'll pretend we didn't see you.
Sounds good to me, bucko. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, no! People! A man! A man! A man! Aw, baby's first wanted poster. Wait, on the... Come here. Which... I barely shot anything. Oh, can I go this way? No. Oh, I think I just tapped her. I think she did. I think she did. It's reggadeed. Alright, who's the last bitch? Who's the last bitch? Right, waiting. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, what do you know? Still nothing for Tali. Alright, so that's the way I have to go. But there's another guy, it says. There's another man. Oh, shit. Ah, no, stop. Oh, I'm not gonna make this one. I'm gonna fuck this one up for sure. Yep. Stop. God, I hate that it moves. I know you guys, like, don't understand what I'm talking about when I said it moves. But, like, see how I can spin the little arrow around? When you fail, it moves your arrow back to the starting point, and it just, like, every time screws me up. Like, no, I lined it up nicely. Leave it. Leave it. Alright. Where are you, man? Where are you at, man? Wait, no, for real, where are you? Is he above? What the heck? Where is this man? What's that? I think I have to go up. Yeah, I think I have to go up. Hello? I see you. Oh my god. Fine. Oh my god! Tali just stepped in front of me! Tali, no! Now there's no music. It's like weird when there's no music. You download the evidence. Amazing. Evidence. Evidence. Okay. When they do that, it's like, bruh, I know. They step in front of me so often in this game. I think it's very funny, but it's also one of those like super annoying NPC things that you're like, bruh. Wait, are you? No, you're friendly? Must be friendly because it's, yeah, it's moving my gun out of the way.
I don't think you're supposed to be in here, Shepard.
Shepard. Who are you?
You have me at a disadvantage, Miss...
Oh, now you're gonna show some respect?
Your haircut.
I'm Sergeant Kyra Sterling.
Is not good.
Ilanis Risk Control Services. Annaleus would throw you off world.
I like her lipstick, though. It's very pretty.
I won't. You know what we did to cop killers on my world?
You're here off-duty breaking the law for bribe money. You expect us to feel bad for stopping you?
As I said, friendly, I know.
I didn't want to fight them. They fired first.
Kara, shoot for Kara. Ah!
Well, I don't
want to take a drink. Oh shit! I literally lifted up my thing to get a drink. I can't see shit. Oh my god. Get over here. Okay, where'd she go? Where did she go? There she is. Come here. Actually, let's do... Hold on, let's do that. Come on. She's not gonna stick her head out enough. Alright. I bet that felt great. In your face. Wow. Look at that. Look at that death pose, guys. I fucking blew her, like, neck out. Oh my god. That's funny. No mercy? No mercy. No mercy. That's how, with your neck snapped back like that. It's like in your will. Like, please don't forget to completely dislocate my neck and snap it back. Alright, let's go. Here. Waiting. Go. She felt the bullet but didn't see it. I literally said, get wrecked, son. And she was like, oh no, my head, ow. That's what she said. She said, ow. My jailed ass. Oh. She's gone. She's gone. That's not, guys, that's not how guns work. He's not even facing me. What the fuck? Look at his dead body. Blah. Oh, that was so good. Oh, that was so good. His dead body was just like floating for a good couple of seconds there. Oh, that was funny. It just works. Right? The aimbot, man. Man. He wasn't even facing me. That was so dumb. That was very funny. Fire containment system. What do I... okay. I guess we'll go this way now. What up, gangsta? Gangsta? Mark, what are you playing? What you been playing lately? Okay. Hello? Is she gonna be mad at me?
Commander, there have been reports of noise from the Synthetic Insights office. Would you know anything about it?
The game can aimbot, yeah. Reports of noises from the synthetic... Oh, don't be coy.
It's probably Ananias'
Once human is lame. Really?
Smartass, huh? That's fine. I can work with that.
I really like her dress.
Meet me at the
like,
hotel for a drink before you talk to Keen. I'll be waiting.
Why before I talk to Keen? Like, why specifically before I talk to Keen? I'm curious now. Can you run in the second one that's not this weird run like this? Because I don't like that it like changes the camera when you run. Alright, where was the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn? Shit, I actually don't remember. This way? It was the elevator. Is it this elevator? Is it this? I think it's this elevator, right? I believe this is the elevator. To the club. In the club. Find me in the club. Yeah, here's the music. Okay. We got the Daft Punk. Alright, Gianna, I'm here.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. Parasini, Novaria Internal Affairs.
Parasini. Parasini fettuccine. Why are you here?
Why is an
Check food? I know, I did. I did.
The
It's not
executive
here
board
yet.
knows about Ananias' corruption. I've been undercover for 6 months. I want you to convince Keen to testify before the board.
No, you're good. You're
With
good.
this
Thank you
evidence,
for.
This planet can run
Thank you
profitably
for
again.
reminding me. But yeah, I didn't have to pick my phone up because I can just tap it. Okay. I need to convince Keen to testify before the board. With this evidence, the planet can run profitably. But I need his pass.
I need Keen's garage pass to complete my mission.
You help my investigation, I'll provide whatever you need. Favor for a favor.
In the long run, it is better to remove the source of the problem.
Look, Shepard, I don't like this either. You Spectres play fast and loose with the law. That's bad for business.
Okay.
Alright. I'll talk to Keen and see if I can
I don't have
convince him.
charisma though.
Thank you. You know where
Which
I
is
work.
how Rex
Come
died.
talk to me once you know if he'll play ball.
Because I have no charisma. Look. I have 4 points. Alright. There we go. Now I've got charisma. Let's do that one. And that one. Okay. Done. Liara. Liara. See, I almost don't like stasis because you can't do any damage to them while they're in stasis. Uh-oh, some value judgments flying after that sketchy combo about hacking telephones. Listen, these people just don't know what they want out of life, you know what I mean? They're just like, oh, please help me. But like, I can't be involved in the helping. You just have to like do it. Tee-hee. Alright, Tali, since I still can't get you a shield or some armor, we're just gonna boost your armor stat all the way up. How's that sound? How does that sound? Alright. Do I have any new armor yet? Oh, I do. I have Assassin 6. Oh, it's lower, though. We don't like that. Yeah, I'm not using it. That's not any better. Grinding out. Okay! That's why they're all shot in space. As the kids would say. Riz. I didn't have enough Riz, and that's how I lost Rex. I didn't have the Rex Riz. The necessary Rex Riz. Alright, that kind of sucks. And she still has no armor. Wonderful. Well, let's save real quick. Look at Tali likes his music, but she like wants to like be low-key about it, and she's like, no, 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 don't look at me dancing. Don't look at me dancing. It's a bot. It's a bot. It's an AI bot, so it like reads your previous chats and like it's an AI bot. I promise. I promise. Sometimes it's creepy. Sometimes it's creepy, but I promise it's a bot. It's a bot, but it just uses AI and it just reads your previous chats and stuff like that. See? Yeah. Yes, I promise it's a bot. Let's observe chat in its natural habitat. The wilds of Pinxel's chat, curious pack gatherers. The tribe debates the aesthetics of alien visages and footwear thievery. Laughter echoes as digital specters meet untimely ends, and the aimbot accusations fly like space debris. It's funny. Will our hero to-tali finish tonight? Alright,
I finished the job, but an internal affairs investigator contacted
welcome our robotic
me. She wants you to
overlords, yes.
testify against Analeas.
Now that you have my
It does love
property,
those
what will
buzzwords.
dictate how
True.
I use it? I have no interest in a public spectacle.
You'd be a hero.
Everyone on this station is chafing under Analeas' extortion. You might end up a hero.
That's it always works that way.
Rely on the goodwill of the executive board to work here.
I feel like
The
that
board
wouldn't
was
work on
already
me.
Investigating Analeas. They're concerned about the worm in their own fruit.
All right. It is obvious that I cannot dissuade you. Very well. I will testify.
Like, I really
Make
feel
whatever
like
arrangements you need with your
that wouldn't
contact.
work on me. If somebody was like, please, you'd be a hero, I'd be like, that's a lot of responsibility. Now that's a lot. No, you need to fix your face before you can help anybody. Trust me, guy. Trust me, guy. Doorman. Can you let me in yet?
I'm sorry.
Whatever.
The hotel is off limits to those without
I think he just called me too poor.
elder brother. It's me. I'm on Bavaria now.
I was like, y'all's would just caught me off guard. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's pretty good. Like, there have been a couple times where people have been like, no, Frosty, don't acknowledge me, because it's been like so accurate. It's very funny. But yeah, honestly, if you want to add it to your stream, it's literally frostytools.com, which is the name of the bot. What's funny. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I feel like the trivia is a little funny though. Like, I've only gotten one trivia answer right, I think. Okay. Alright, so now I did that. Oh yeah, I have to go to the Peak 15. Lorik. Report to Gianna at Anolis' office. Okay. The office is down and up, I think. It regurgitates the stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hi, Nikki. Since sometimes, yes, I do like that yours reads it out loud. That would bother me though, because I have too much chatting going on. Not too much chatting, but I've got like bots and they do like the fishing and it's too much. But yeah. Do you guys remember how long it took for Frosty Tools to acknowledge Baby Eyes and Yaga was like making it her mission? Wait, was this the right way? Was this the right way? No, it's not. This was the internal, right? Yeah, this is Synthetic Insights. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's Lorik's office. Okay, yeah, so this is wrong. Okay. Oh, so if it's a bot, they don't type. Ah, that's smart. If only it had a voice to match its pluck. Oh my god, imagine if Frosty Tools actually spoke every time. Especially, like, because you know that my like alerts sometimes like say things funny like Spache. Okay, that's that. That's that. Yes, Krista, you're very smart. All right. How do I live without you? No, how do I get back to the admin office, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? You hover over the elevator icon, it tells you. Here, let's see it on another elevator. Do they all do that? I'm on PC though, so like, yeah, see, it just says elevator activate. Elevator activate on the map. Oh, elevator to hotel. Synthetic insights. Look at you. Look at you. Alright, so I have to go this way though, because I have to go back to the admin office. Extra, that's actually useful. That's actually useful. Because there are some things that on PC are kind of funny. So I needed that. Now you are banned.
Spectre, have you given any more consideration to my offer?
I convinced him. I did it already.
It took some persuasion, but Keen has agreed.
It took zero persuasion. It took zero persuasion.
I'll take the evidence for safe
It was a good
transport.
run, guys.
I didn't think you'd help me.
07, girl.
Spectre and all.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I guess some of you can be
Make
alright.
sure my food's not here. It's not. Okay. Okay. I thought you'd be happier.
Doesn't this help you? You don't seem particularly happy.
I'm ecstatic, but right now, I just feel like a long day of work is ending. While you were working on Keen, I got you a garage pass. Be careful up there.
Cool, I needed that.
I have an arrest to make. Wish I had time to change into something easy to move in. I hate skirts.
I'll trade you.
This is an outrage. I'll see that you never work in this sector again.
Yeah, get a move on.
You, Shepard! I demand you place this bitch under arrest.
You have the right to remain silent. I wish to God you'd exercise it. See you around the galaxy, Commander. I owe you a beer.
Lol. LOL.
Do not be fooled by these civilized.
I got him arrested.
This is a place of secrets and lies.
My people have dealt with the corporations on Noveria in the
I got him arrested.
They do well, and they don't ask any questions.
I mean, that would be backseating, but that's not like, that's fine. That's fine. That's a hint that definitely doesn't change my gameplay other than in a positive way whatsoever. Backseating would be like, oh, go in the elevator straight ahead of you and go this way. Okay, so now I can go to the garage. This way. Garage. You have to let me in now, bitches. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. You're good. You're good. You're good. If somebody who I didn't know came in here and was like, did you know?
Excuse me.
I'd be like,
yes, that's genuine.
Who are
Drive
you?
safely. The weather's supposed to be pretty bad out in the Alutsk Valley.
Liz with her eyes. No, I don't like the stalkers. Where'd he go?
I'd say these are what the matriarch had in the crates.
Alright. Hello? Okay, I literally selected my biotic like 4 times, but go off, queen. No, not that one. Use... No, use this one. And you... Use that one. it. Shoot. Hold on. I feel like there's some stuff like that that could benefit from some clarification. What do you mean? Like how he got arrested? Like what he ended up doing? Oh shit, he's too close to me. Bro. My god. Oh, the overheat on this sniper is so frustrating. I missed. Okay. Oh, yeah. There's a lot, there's quite a lot of just general gameplay mechanics that you're like, oh, that would have been really helpful to be told that in the beginning of the game. Thanks. Yeah, you're right. Can you stay still for a second? There we go.
What are these things? Fan out and secure the area. No one gets in or out.
I feel like they also kind of have the expectation that you're familiar with like the genre, I guess too, you know? Which, yeah, I'm familiar with like RPGs and stuff like that, but they're still different, you know? How did that? Okay, I guess not. I guess not. Corsola is actually kind of cute. All right. We drive in the direction that our gun is pointing because it makes sense. Nikki! Thank you so much for 6 months. Yeah, they didn't need to describe as much. Exactly. Nikki, thank you so much for 6 months. I appreciate you so much. Usually harder. It's not like I wouldn't even necessarily say the game is difficult. It just, like Dave says, like there's a couple things that it's like, oh, well, if you had explained that to me or mentioned that to me, even just like with a little pop-up or anything at the beginning of the game, I could have been like using that the whole game, you know? That tactic or that tool or, you know, like how many times was I trying to figure out where to go and I like just kept walking to elevators and being like, this isn't right. Yeah, Nikki has some of the best tattoos I think I've ever seen. Really, they're really good. Oh my gosh. Driving in this is so silly. You're dead? You're dead? You're dead. Well, if you weren't dead before, you're dead now. Dead. Oh my gosh, there's no way. They're just energy shields. I have a great tattoo. You do have a great tattoo artist. You really, really do. I found my new tattoo artist, but she's in Nashville. Oh my god, I missed. Got it. Did it. Goodbye. Die. Thank you. Oh, can I get out of here? Search. Yeehaw! Wait, Krogan armor? Turian armor? Still know what you call it armor, though. Still know what you call it, though. Hi, Rachel! Rachel, how are you? It's good to see you. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Rachel, how doing? I'm good. I'm good. I have a long weekend. I don't have to work tomorrow. It's great. Is my food here? Is that what that buzz is? Be there soon. Okay. Started school again. I'm so proud of you, though. No school tomorrow? Yeah, buddy. We love no school, no work, no sleep till Brooklyn. Yeah, when I got hired, it's really funny because when I got hired, they're like, yeah, we don't really close the office for like holidays or whatever, you know, because even though we do work in offices, like, you know, we do just like we have a retail division, like we have retail stores and stuff like that. So they're like, you know, so we don't really like, you know, we don't really, what is it called? Observe. We don't really observe a lot of like holidays here. And I was like, that's fine, whatever. Like, I've worked in retail for my whole life. Like, I never get Christmas and Thanksgiving off and all that other shit. It's whatever. And then within like probably like 6 months or so of starting there, they were like, yeah, no, we decided to start like observing like holidays and stuff, and we're closing offices. So I'm like, oh, bet. Oh, bet. You're on vacay this week? Let's go, Dave. Do you have anything planned, or are you just chilling? Because honestly, big chillin' on vacation is a plan within itself. You love this game? Rachel, I've never played this game. Rainbow Infinity Flowers and Hummingbird, and B. KB for ADHD autism. I love it. I really love it, Nikki. Your artist is wonderful with color. Some people are like okay with color, but your artist is really, really good with color specifically. Who is shooting? Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't shit at me. Don't shit at me. I shit at you. Where's that one? It says it's directly ahead of me, but oh, it's over there. I see. Well, I see where the shooting's coming from. I just don't see it yet. There it is. Hello. Bye. Why shoot? It's rude. Tons of movies and try to see some folks. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a plan, and I support it. Are you going to the theater to see some, or are you just gonna like vibe out and watch some movies? Also, for anybody who was around for movie night last night, was anybody else also like incredibly disappointed with Furiosa? Like, it ended up being like so mid for like as good as like Mad Max was. Oh, I think I have to go in here. Switch my buttons first. Okay. Hello? Oh. Oh. Okay. Big sneakies. Big sneakies. Wait, am I not? I thought you were, girl. I don't remember. I think you are. Yeah. Sorry, no, don't apologize. Guys, you never need to apologize for not being in stream or not doing an event or anything. Never need to apologize. Oh! Your account got hacked, so you're on a different account. Gotcha. Yeah, rejoin, Gra. Rejoin. We do movie nights once a month. We do like a vote, and we all like pick what we want to see, and then we do movie nights once a month. should be one guy left. You... I don't see. I don't see them, but they're over here. Hello? Oh. I was like,
User alert.
where?
All Peak 15 facilities have suffered a great deal of damage.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. This one's hard. Human armor. Okay. Still no, what you call it, Corian or whatever.
Facility. Virtual intelligence user interface offline.
Okay, so where does that go?
We'll need to get the reactors back online.
There's so many places in here. Okay, first of all, go away. I don't need you. All right, garage. Where does this go? To cafeteria. To Hanshan Station. Which is... Wait, where the hell are they? They're over here? Jeez, you two. Come on. Come on. Where are they, for real? Where? Are you guys in this door? Oh my god. Oh my god. Tali. Tali! Oh my god. Come on. Jackie, what are you doing? Go lay down. Oh my god. At least she won't die out there. Yeah, but she also won't help or do anything productive out there either. Oh, that was funny. That was very funny. Alright, so I think the only place to go is this elevator up here. Come on, dummies. You're embarrassing me. You're embarrassing me. You have to play with teammates like that in Fortnite? Yeah, I was worried about her dying, so she's like, it's fine, I'll wait here.
Facing the wrong way. They want to keep their people in as much as they want to keep others out.
Oh, that's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up, huh? Guys, when I finally find armor for Tali, it's literally gonna be when I've gotten like tired of her and have finally like been like, all right, fine, I'll take someone else with me on this mission so you don't die, and then I'll get a bunch of armor for her. Come on. There we go. Oh, my food is here. Okay, BRB. also peed while I was down there. So, this should be good. Okay. Will finding armor for Tali be anticlimactic? Reply hazy, try again. Wow. And it finally drops gear. Oh my god. I'll be so upset if it's actually like legit the final boss of the game. I have to finish up and drink this one, because I got a new one. Jackie, stop. Okay. Ooh. Whee. Open. Why do you not have your guns out? Sun's out, guns out. Come. Stick your head out. Is that BK? No, it's Duncan. It's the new refreshers from Duncan. I'm kind of obsessed. That specifically is the strawberry dragon fruit refresher. Where is he? Pick your head up, it will be fine. Oh, apparently I did it.
What was that?
Animals? Wind? This place is in bad shape.
It's probably none of those. Ooh, ew, ew! What in the fucking Stranger Things is that? What in the goddamn? Ew. I don't wanna.
Anything like them.
Ew.
Xenobiology is not my field. Maybe someone in the labs knows.
Demo, please. Right, what Demogorgon bullshit is this? Bugs are not best friends. No, no best friend. I don't want it. Hello? 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 What? What are you shooting? Where did that bug just come from? Bro! I was just in there! Spiders, however, no. You mean spitters? That's what we call them here, spitters. V for very heels. Spitters. Spider. Spitter. I was reading Frosty Tools. No. I got. I'm getting gotted by Ghost Bug. Ghost Bug. Electric Black's offline. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. Okay. Do you like the things that life is showing you? Do you know? Do you know? It's from the same song. Oh, do you know where you're going to go? Do you like the things that life is showing you? I don't think I know that song. Can you stop? Wait, how do I... Whoa? Yes. That was a very strange noise.
It looks like you're trying to restore this facility. Would you like help?
They're interviewing a toilet talking about bowel. If you have to go to war and fight zombies or bugs. Like giant gross mutant bugs? Or just like a bunch of bugs?
You're the virtual intelligence that runs this place?
This system is monitored to respond to the name Mira. May I ask your name?
Commander Shepard. I work for the Citadel's Special
Starship
Tactics
Trooper
and
bugs?
Reconnaissance.
Yeah,
One
probably
moment,
zombies then.
Council authority confirmed.
Mahogany?
You are entitled to secure access of all systems.
I've never heard of that movie.
Please note that queries relating to corporate secrets require privileged access. Privileged access is only available to Binary Helix executives. This system is ready to process queries. You may access me at any holographic interface within Peak 15.
I need to find Matriarch Benezia.
Lady Benezia departed on the passenger tramway to the Rift Station subsidiary labs. User alert. The tramway system is currently in
The whole ad was just hella ass. What game?
What's the situation here?
One moment,
Oh, you probably
please.
can't even see.
Diagnostics in progress. Critical failure. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. Critical failure. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger tram systems are offline. Report complete. Do you have an additional system status query?
Do you know why the reactor was shut down?
I'm sorry, but I was offline
Something
at
about
the time.
Descendants?
Shutdown could occur if reactor breach seems likely, or in the case of catastrophic laboratory containment
The
failure.
game's title was just hella ass.
Emergency guidelines suggest the frigid environment will kill biological contagions. It may also damage mechanical ones.
Or it's the video game for Disney's Descendants, and it's just ass.
What do I need to do to get the power
Black
back
Myth
on?
Wukong.
The valves to the
I feel like that's
helium-free
gonna be too
fuel
hard
line
for
must
me.
be opened. This can be done at the controls on the reactor assembly proper.
What are the landlines and why are they disabled?
The landlines connect my mainframes here at Central Station to the various sub-facilities of Peak 15. This allows the crew to remotely access my databases from the comfort and security of their labs. When emergency protocols were implemented within the hot labs, the cabling was automatically ejected.
How do I fix it?
How do I reconnect the landlines?
The landlines are
PC can't
designed
handle
for
it?
easy
Yeah.
reconnection.
I don't think mine could. Mine could either.
The router for
Mine
the
needs some
landlines is
updates.
on the roof of operations. Simply activate the controls and the hardware will reconnect and reboot automatically.
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
Tell me what occurred immediately before you shut down.
Stage 1 alert issued at Hot Labs. Contaminants released from Laboratory Pod Gamma. Emergency protocols implemented. Stage 2 alert issued at Hot Labs. Isolation tube breached. Tram shut down. Landline to Hot Labs disconnected. Stage 3 alert issued locally. Contaminants in tram tunnels. Station shutdown and evacuation initiated. Code Omega sent.
What sort of
The
contaminants
bugs, right?
escaped?
I'm sorry, Commander. Inquiries related to our research require privileged access. Only executives of Binary Helix have that level of clearance.
Why are you a hoe?
The creatures we've encountered here, did they come from the labs?
That's my query.
I'm sorry,
Why are you a
Commander.
hoe?
Inquiries related to our research require privileged access.
Just kicked my
Only executives of Binary
That's
Helix
classified.
have that level of clearance.
Alright, whatever.
That's all I need right now.
Very well,
Why are you a
Commander.
hoe? Classified.
Logging you out. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
To the roof. To the tram. To the reactor. To the cafeteria. I don't know where I go. We're here to save the world. Give me all the access. She's like, I'm sorry. That's classified. Liara, what are you doing? Okay. Did I go this way? Did I come this way? I feel like I came this way. Oh no, I didn't. Here's my little exclamation point. Oh, there are many bugoo.
User alert.
Many bugoo. Can you? Okay, or just stand in one place. That's actually what I was thinking. Just stand in one place instead of taking cover behind the wall. All right, all right, all right. To-tali. Okay, we found the terminal. Terminal.
Online. How may I assist you?
Turn this on, bitch. Okay,
Do you know why the reactor was shut
wait, is this the
down?
same?
I'm sorry.
No,
Emergency
hold on.
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
Wait,
That's all I
I'm
need
so
right now.
confused.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
Is this not what I'm supposed to be doing? Oh. No, that's what I was supposed to be doing. Bitch, stop moving my arrow! Human, 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 human. Human, human. It's a good Daft Punk song. Human. After all. Running. Also check the journal. Yes, that I do know. That I do know.
User alert.
Oh, if you could
Main
use voice
reactor
recognition.
shut down in accordance with emergency
I
containment
don't know if I would like
procedures.
that.
Manual restart required.
Especially as a streamer when you have to like talk and stuff. Okay, so that's the core. So then if we go this way. Oh no. Okay, so passenger trams is offline. Okay, so the cafeteria is open. All right, let's go to the cafeteria. Okay, this is his camera and it never changes. I make fun of him so much for Orderbot never listening to him.
In accordance with emergency containment procedures.
I was there when he like built that bot.
Required.
And I think that's so funny when it never listens to him. Oh wait, I was already in here. Yeah. I was already in here. Manuel override.
User alert. Main reactor shut down.
I like how the game is literally handing me
containment
lore.
procedures.
And I'm like,
Manual
no, thank
restart
you.
required.
Do it yourself. Orderbot is sassy sometimes. You know what? Honestly, I feel like Chaos, like, Chaos deserves way more. Chaos deserves, like, way more viewers and, like, more, like, attention for as hard as he works. Hi, Tatiana! I saw your post in the Discord. I was gonna answer after stream, but since you're here, I'll just answer you. Yes.
User alert.
I am
Main
absolutely gonna
reactor
play the new
shut
Zelda
down
game.
in accordance with emergency containment
I'm
procedures.
very excited for it.
Manual restart required.
Okay, confused as to where, like, I know, like, it's like it says to go. Hold on, get back off here. Journal. Okay. No, I don't want assignments. I want my mission. Okay, reactor repair. Reconnect the fuel lines. Yeah, where is that? That's what I'm saying. Like, I know what I'm supposed to be doing, but I don't know where to go to do that. No, this is not right. I think I have to go further in. Because we came in this way. Like when we first got here.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
I'm trying to manually restart. Okay. Okay, so we go up. Not that way. Okay. So we went this way. That's the cafeteria. Tatiana, are you gonna play?
Main reactor shut
Echoes
down
of Wisdom?
in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
I think it's gonna be cute. I'm very excited. Okay. So. What's this way? I believe she's still playing. I believe she's playing Tears of the Kingdom. At least she was last time I saw her stream.
User alert. Main reactor shut down. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
I'm trying to manually restart. Stop yelling at me. Okay, well this is good because I clearly haven't been here yet. What? Don't shoot things at me. That's very rude. The disrespect. Oh, I can't see shit. I shot them in the leg. Okay, that guy's dead. Come here, little stalker boy. Stop standing in front of me, you two.
In accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
Lift him. Okay. Oh, wait. Behind us? Where? What? Watch us be like, run down here for the generator and like run back. Oh, you're probably right, which is the worst part. Or like I hate like fetch quests or like, you know, like quests for NPCs and they're like, hey, can you do this thing? And it's like 5 feet away and you're like, dude, I know you could have done that yourself.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accord.
Ooh, fix fuel lines. Okay, hold on. Let's do that. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do, but... Okay. Oh, that's literally the only other thing we can do here. Okay, cool. Horseman, you might be right. Fuel lines fixed. You've completed the repairs to peak 15. Okay. What's up here? What is up here? Anything? Anything? A storage locker. Damn, still no armor for her. We are not gonna find armor for Tali until like the end of this game, I'm telling you. Which is just crazy if you think about it. Or I have to go back to that ship. Like the Citadel ship or whatever it is. I'm just like... There's part of me that's like, just hurry up and finish this game because like 2 and 3 are supposedly where it's at from like what I've been told. But also I'm like, I don't want to rush through the game just to like rush through the game.
Connections restored. Processing new data. User alert. Unable
What's this about loose contaminants?
Dangerous biological agent.
Okay.
The tram station has been sealed in the interest of crew safety. Activation of the
How do I activate the purge?
plasma jets is recommended prior to access.
The purge!
How do I activate the failsafe system?
Controls for the failsafe systems are located in the security checkpoint outside decontamination.
Where's that?
User alert. The failsafe system is currently inoperable.
That's all I need right now.
2 is my
Very
favorite.
well, Commander.
That's what I've been told.
Logging
I've
you
been told that they just get better. And right now, like, let me clarify. Am I enjoying this game? Yes. Am I having fun? Yes. But it plays like an early 2000s Xbox 360 game, which is what it is. But I am playing it in 2024. So it's just, it's very rough. It's very janky. It's very dated. So like, I just want to get through it so I can get to like the meat of the series. I'm not. I was so annoyed at the beginning because this game doesn't tell you anything. Like, it doesn't explain how to do anything. And it had a very slow burn. It had a very slow burn. Like, I was not interested or invested in the story probably for, like, the whole first stream and probably half of the second stream. So probably, like, 6 hours it took me to be like, okay, now I kind of, like... Now I care about these people, and now I'm interested, and whatever. It's fun to see how it's aged. To the tram. I think the trams are supposed to be going, so let's go this way. Yeah, it did not explain anything. But yeah, now I'm good. Like, now I'm good. Now I'm fine. Now I'm enjoying it. Like, I've picked up on the combat. But there was definitely a point where I was like, I fucking hate this, and I don't think I want to finish this.
In the decontamination chamber. Access to passenger tramways inadvisable.
Ready to throw my drink, yeah. I mean, it's an old game, and it just acts like an old game. Ooh.
I
Oh
could
no.
bypass the door. It looks like the trams to the subsidiary stations are beyond it.
Super slow start. Yeah, and that was part of it. As I was like, everyone just keeps telling me how great this game is, and I'm like, where's the good part? Where is it? I'm gonna wait for this one to go. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm like, I kind of want to hurry up and finish this, because I just want to, like, I want to get to, like, the meat of the game, but also, like, I am enjoying it now. Like, I got past the rough part that I was kind of not really vibing with, and we're good now, you know? But yeah, super slow start. Super slow burn, for sure. Super slow burn, for sure.
Whatever happened here?
He must have felt there was no hope of surviving, that killing himself would be easier.
Hold on. Jack? He's being so bad. He's like getting old, and like while he's like old, he's just like super just, I don't want to say misbehaved. Like misbehaved isn't the right thing, but he's just like starting to like be very just like disobedient and not caring. I'm just like, dude, no. You don't get to be a grumpy old man just because you don't feel like doing anything. Like, you know better than to get in the garbage can, you know? Like, you know that that's bad. You know that's a bad thing. And he's just like, yeah, but what if I just didn't care? Once you get Jedi powers... Ooh, speaking of Jedi... Jedi Survivor is on Game Pass now. So I think I might play that off stream. Because I can't invest in another single-player story game right now. Especially because Zelda's coming out next month.
Station. Destination, Rift Station.
Why is this going so slow? I was like, please tell me we don't have to sit through the whole thing. They did a good... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've heard nothing but wonderful things about this series. It's just... It took a little while. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I was not feeling this game for the first like stream and a half. I even posted, like, don't tell Yaga because I don't want her to get upset, but I even posted in like a Discord that I'm in, and I was like I'm hating this game that I'm playing, but like I feel really guilty because like my community really wants to see it, and like it was gifted to me, and this, and everybody was like, just quit, like if you don't want to play, just quit. And I'm like, no. The problem is I don't want to quit. I want you to help me, like, push through.
Sorry, we couldn't be sure what was on the tram.
So story quality-wise, yeah. But I'm good now. Like, I'm good now. Like I said, I'm good now. It just, the first, like, I don't even know. Like, just the combat in the beginning was so funky and just, it was so weird. And, but I'm good now. I'm good. We couldn't be sure it was on the train.
Can those things work at train's controls?
Hell if I know. I'm not
Where's the
assuming
fucking
any
hype,
goddamn
right?
thing. Look, you're human and that's enough that I won't shoot. But I'd like to know who you are.
I'm a Spectre.
My name's Shepard. I'm a Spectre.
Huh. I won't look a heavily armed horse in the mouth. The aliens overran the hot labs last week. Only Han Olar got out.
Han Olar.
Ain't all there anymore. The first we knew, the bastards were clawing into my command post. We had a lot more staff then.
It's very, like... It's very Halo. It's like if, like, Halo and Star Wars had a baby, and, like, but they still wanted, like, some, like, RPG elements in there. It's a very interesting, like, combination of video game tropes.
You were taken by surprise and had civilians to protect. You did a good job, Captain.
Did he, though?
Yeah? Sure as hell doesn't feel like it. The board sent an Asari to clean up the mess. She went to the hot labs yesterday. We haven't heard from her since.
I'm not gonna let any of your people die.
All I can do is hold out here and protect the civilians. There's an emergency elevator out by the trams. This card will let you activate it. It can take you down to the hot labs.
Thank you.
If you need any first aid, Dr. Cohen's downstairs in the med bay.
Bananas, yeah.
You're certain the matriarch is still in the hot labs?
She hasn't come back here. You came through Central Station, so she ain't there.
Bugs came from the lab?
Did the aliens come from inside the facility, or did they attack from the outside?
You want my personal opinion? Labs like that exist to do stupid crap that gets people killed.
Did the aliens come from
Ah, it's the same thing.
Opinion? Labs like that exist to do stupid crap that gets people killed.
Tell me about the structure of the hot labs.
It's built into one of the glaciers further down the mountain. Real old, thick, stable one. Something goes wrong, they heat it up and sink it into the ice. Normally, the crew gets to the labs using
I mean, what a failsafe, but what? Holy shit.
But it's for emergency use.
I mean, like, that would be like...
Listen, I'm not...
It's a shame Marvel didn't snatch that up. That would be like a great super prison. Like, oh, if shit goes south, we'll just superheat it and sink it to the bottom of the ocean. Like, that's actually, that's a clever idea. Ooh.
Hell, man the perimeter.
Worked with AVP. I actually just recently watched Alien vs. Predator. I think I told you guys that I like went on an Alien binge and I like watched like all of the Alien movies. Thanks for the help. You're welcome. It was $2, but you're welcome. I haven't seen -1 yet. I saw the 2014, and then I saw the one. Wait, is that the one with Millie Bobby Brown? Because I saw that one. So maybe I did see that. No, that wasn't -1, was it? Can you tell how much I like didn't even care for that movie? Because I don't even remember what the name of it was. All I remembered was Millie Bobby Brown was in it. Are movie nights always Saturdays? Yes. They are always the last Saturday of the month.
Should learn not to stick their noses where it hurts.
So it's easy to plan ahead and all that. It's always the last Saturday of the month. The first Saturday of the month is when we all put our like suggestions in and then we vote. -1 is a masterpiece. I love the Godzilla movies since I was small. I like the Matthew Broderick one. Does that age me a little bit? But is -1 the one with Millie Bobby Brown? Dave's like, no, it doesn't count. Ooh, I like this guy. Hello.
Uncertain. I welcome you. Cautiously, I am curious to know what you're doing here.
Oh, okay.
I heard there were some problems up here.
I see.
Furtively,
Then I haven't seen that one. The last Godzilla movie I saw was the one that has her in it.
many have
It was, I think, a couple years ago.
For now, with forced cheer, I still have a limited supply of equipment.
Show me what you've got.
Let's have a look.
Regretfully, most of my stock.
They're so funny. They remind me of Ents from Lord of the Rings. All right, human armor, human armor. Sure. Sure. Wow. Wow. Okay. Holy shit. It's not better than what I've got on though. But it's better than... Oh, it's not really even better than Yara's, really. Oh, first descendant. Okay. I have that game because it was free for beta testers. And I got it. But I've not played it. But I have it. It's a lot of ass. Ass. Yeah, I think it's free. Yeah, I think it's free.
What? No!
Oh, I woke him up.
Sorry, I haven't had much sleep since the attack.
That game is ass, and it also contains ass. It is the ass master.
What sort of work do you do here?
I can't say. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. If we survive, I'd like to keep my job.
I will shoot every one of
The
you in the
location
face.
is terrible, but
I just want to shoot
is
him.
better than any other commercial lab.
You're not happy on Peak 15?
The outside world doesn't exist here. Just walls of ice and rock. There's only the work, the discovery.
Discovery.
It's easy to forget why science is guided by ethics. Maybe we're paying for that now.
I'll talk to you later.
Later, loser. Alright, where's this? Yeah, you. Hello.
What?
What? Wow, you're rude.
You seem less upset about this situation than the others.
That is one of the virtues of the meditation you interrupted.
I will kill you.
You're a member of the science
I will kill
teams.
everybody on this base.
Recently
Don't test me.
Yes.
What do you say?
What do you do here?
Molecular genetics. I specialize in biotic enhanced allele-specific hybridization.
Speak plain. Can I get the first bullet?
Sorry, I'll leave.
Sure.
Then I will return to my meditations.
Medical bay. Restricted area. Ooh. Restrictees.
Warning, Watchdog protocol is active.
Restrictees. Oh, they really meant restrictees. So, about that. Oh no. I think we just have to ride the tram again. I didn't think they'd shoot at me once I hacked it. I thought they'd shoot at me before I hacked it. Hackermans, you let me down. You let me down, Hackermans. Alright, wait, how do I open this one? I bet you I'm gonna have to come back here. Emergency exit only. Central Station.
Rift Station. Destination, Central Station.
So slow. I definitely didn't think that one through. Not gonna lie.
Now arriving at Peak 15 Central Station.
Let me out. Alright, running. I am running. You're gonna play a horror game? I don't know. I played some Resident Evils, so I might be horror gamed out. I don't know yet. Let's see what I've got. But I've got a veil. Wait, is it not gonna let me
Online, connected to
do
subsidiary
this?
facilities.
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific.
Give me a status report.
Wait,
I am
what?
sorry. The network connection.
It won't let me do the thing
That's all
now.
I need right
Very
now.
well, Commander. Logging you out.
Like, okay, does it already count that I did that? Okay, so apparently that already counts as being done. So, okay. Ram. Purge controls. What? What am I missing? Was your food good? Was. I have my fried egg tater tots for after stream. They're so good. Okay, so we go that way, and then this way, and then that way, and then this way? Yeah. I think. Right? Remember this place being confusing? Well, I did it like the first time, no problem, and then now I've somehow managed to get all turned around after I died. No, I need to go... the hot labs. Can we access via an emergency elevator between Ventralis's barricade and the tram station? So this is the tram station. This way. Right? Yeah, this is the tram station. Alright, let me get rid of this. This just confuses me. Okay. So it says that it's in between Ventralis's
Now entering
thing.
decontamination and transit hub. No hazardous
Barricade
or
and
unauthorized
the tram
materials
station.
detected.
How did I find it the first time so easily? Yeah, see, look, this says... Alright, so I don't have to talk to her, right?
Online, connected to subsidiary facilities. How may I assist you?
Tell me what happened here.
You'll have to be more specific.
I'm sorry,
I know.
but I need a more specific query.
The hot labs.
Give me a status report on the hot labs.
I am sorry. The network connections to the labs have been damaged. Data is limited.
You have no idea what's going on inside.
I'm afraid not. My last log entry is shortly after the
That's all I need right now.
I don't understand how I found it the first time, like, accidentally. And now this time I can't find it. Like, okay, so I did this. And then... this way? This way? Then through? Decon chamber. Purge controls. To the tram. What is this? To mirror core. Okay, so let's go this way. Okay, so here's the tram station. Okay. Am I the wrong one? Like, am I... Alright, let's just see. Where does this go back?
Departing Central Station. Destination, Rift Station.
Like, did I go backwards, I wonder? I don't even know. I got so turned around by dying.
Now arriving at Rift Station, Binary Helix Research Facility.
This might not be right either. Oh, wait. I think this is right because you get off on this side. Okay, this might be right. Let's see. Let's see. Wait, what is it? Hot lab. When you need to find it and you can't, I know. Hot labs. Found it. It's always how it works. Like when you physically lose something and you're like, I literally just saw this the other day or whatever. Hello, random man.
Are you here to secure the situation?
Hello, man.
How are you holding up?
You must listen to me. If we do not contain our mistake, they will drop bombs from the battle stations. You understand?
Wait, is there an Asari matriarch here?
Asari? I have not seen one.
She is safe then, at Rift Station.
This is not important. You must be listening. Binary Helix found an egg. It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years.
And you let me guess, you touched it.
This was Rachni ship. Inside they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension.
Yeah. You touched it.
Rachni. The Krogan wiped them out 1,000 years ago.
That is so. Billions of lives lost in that war, on both sides.
They brought it here to wake it up?
Binary Helix.
I feel like these people have never seen Jurassic Park or Alien or like
egg is not a common Rachni.
Anything.
It is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient.
I feel like that just is stupid.
Don't you need a male to get eggs?
Queens are born carrying the genetic code of their fathers. Eggs are carried away from the colony to hatch alone.
Oh.
Queens can lay eggs in hours and have a colony in days. This is how they spread so quickly.
Ew.
Separating them from their mother didn't work.
Exactly, neither has the player. Exactly, right?
The wrong thing to do. I am thinking that without
Listen, chat. Listen. Chat, if you find anything mysterious and ancient in an alien ship, leave it there. Leave it there.
Then all we need to do is bring her here.
No, I am sorry, but this will not work. These Rachni are beyond saving.
This guy's eyebrows are
They must be euthanized.
something.
I am thinking that the neutron purge must be set off.
Neutron purge?
I'm not familiar with the
You're gonna shock their brains?
It creates bursts of neutron radiation, kills everything within the station. Things beyond get genetic damage of varying degree.
Okay. So So, blow this thing up, but also you'll probably get mutated when you blow it up. But that's gonna be fine, right?
Once the purge is armed, we'll have to fight our way out. Give us a minute to patch up and rearm.
Sure, sure. I wait here. I am not so much good for searching now, yes? Mother always say I would meet him.
I wanted a pet that could destroy an entire planet. Yeah, I'll take this one and I'll raise it, since you did such a bad job. Right. Before I go further, though, I need my hoodie. I'm cold, but like not enough that like, you know. But if I turn the air conditioner off, I'll be sweating. Okay. So the only thing left is this terminal, or is this a door?
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
Neutron purge.
I need information on the neutron purge.
The neutron purge is a fail-safe system installed within the isolation tube area. In the event of irretrievable containment loss, it is used to resolve the situation.
Resolve sounds fine.
What exactly does this thing do?
The purge is a neutron burst weapon. 2 volumes of fissionable materials are brought together to form a critical mass. Most of the energy is released in the form of high-speed neutrons.
You should be getting a new one this week. I'm excited. I need to order one for myself.
Life within 500 meters.
We would be wise to avoid touching any controls without reading the instructions.
That is advisable for all systems within this facility.
Can I just do it?
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Who would have the code?
What kind of hoodie? Horseman bought one of my merch hoodies, which I'm very excited about.
We're moving on.
Logging you out, Commander.
Alright. So... Okay. Do you have the code?
I am feeling not so well.
How do I trigger?
How do we set off the purge?
Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Mira the start.
No! That's not the right one. Horseman. Ouch. Thank you for reminding me. That's not the right link anymore. The right link is the one that's in my about section. Hold on. I have to write that down so I can fix that after stream. I actually completely forgot that that was a command. Okay, maybe I'll do it after stream. But yeah, that's not the right one anymore. The right one is the one that's in my about section now. Obtained purge codes. Thank you for your codes. Okay. Alright, so now I can make her do purges. Do purges, please. Purges.
Online.
We're moving on.
Oops. I hit the wrong button.
Out,
no. Come on. Come back.
Online. How can I help you?
Purge.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
I have code.
Code input 875020079. Code Omega local execution.
Verified. Code Omega execution in 120 seconds.
Oops. Why, oops. What did I do? Oh, wait, it's 2 minutes? Do I have to leave? Oh, shit. The Ko-Fi? No. So if you go to my About section, like underneath my page, the merch store link. Shit. The merch store link is under the merch store. It should be, hold on. I can do it. Where's my phone? It's my phone. It's right here. Hold on. It's this one. It's the fourth wall. The fourth wall link. Damn, they like completely obliterated me there. Slow down. It is. There we go. And then that, and then there you go. There we go. All right, let me. All right, I've got some points here. Let's see. 3 more points here. Here, I guess. Okay, Liara. 4 points to Liara. Let's do Master Throw. Okay. Holly also has 4. Yeah, Master Override. Okay. So that. Now. Take all. That's actually not bad. It's got more damage protection. It's got less shields, but it's only 10. I'm gonna give her that one. Oops. I meant to do it all. Physics threshold, mobile accuracy. There we go. Okay. Now. Tali still has no armor. Love it. Okay. So. Who's got what? Let's not use shotguns. And you use pistols, because you've got good pistol. That good pistol energy. How am I supposed to get out of here with all of these dudes here? I have a minute to leave. Okay, can we go? Which one you're getting? Which one are you getting? Ah! Okay, okay. Well, I'm stuck on nothing. I love this. Turn around. Let's get this. Right, let's do that. That. Holy shit. Also, why is my rifle like... Oh my god, look at all these bugs. Holy shit. I don't know what to do. Oh. I guess I did it. I guess it was a minute and a half to like leave that area. But yeah, I need to design more merch for sure. Pretty sure Pinx knows which one. Okay, so let me think. So there's the Control Freak, there's the Gaslight Gatekeep Girl boss one, there's the Terry, there's the Toaster Strudel, and then there's the Blessies, right? Is that all I put on that?
I'm sorry.
Is that all I put on that merch shop?
We've got orders from Benez. Open
Are you getting
fire!
the Terry? Oh, why are you shooting me? My guy. I thought we were besties. I love my Control Freak hoodie. I know. The Control Freak is one of my favorite ones I've ever designed. just keep stepping in front of me, like... Good night, DJ. Thank you for stopping by. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Immediately. Oh, Ventrellus is dead. I will drink as soon as I'm not shooting or getting shot at. It's one more person. There's another guy behind this. Okay. Alright, let me drink for DJ. And a stretch. Ooh, and a stretch. And an Ampharos? Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I think that they, I think it was just to kind of like scare you. To be like, oh my god, we're overrun. Get out of the glass. Get out of the glass. You bitch. You bitch. Come on, guys. You're doing so good. You're so good and so brave. Come on. What was your guess? I didn't hear. Is it the Terry? Why don't you guys, like, go in here? You guys are so brave. You're so brave. What would we do without you? It's actually kind of pathetic. It's actually kind of pathetic. Come on, guy. Come on, guy. Shot. Oof. Get headshotted. I will not confirm nor deny. I guess we'll just have to see if an order pops up. And just so you guys know, just for like security reasons and stuff, if you were concerned, I don't see your personal information. So if you were worried, like, oh, I don't want to order so she'll know, like, anything about me, whatever. I don't see any of that. Fourth Wall takes care of all of that. In case that was a concern of anybody's. Shotgun. Shotgun. The capital city of Sierra Leone. No, I actually don't know the capital of Sierra Leone. Thanks. Thanks, Frosty Tools. What is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be like... Ooh, shit. Bruh. 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 Who are you shooting at? What's this? Medigel. Medigel. It'll be a while. No, you're good. You're good. Guys, I like creating things. So, just because I make merch doesn't mean I expect anyone to buy it. It just means, hey, I liked making this. Oh my gosh. Look at, and then the merch store. I have to fix that. That's so funny. That's not the right one anymore. That's not the right one anymore. Okay, so where does this go? I can't. Mess hall. Science station, hot labs, tram. Alright, I guess see where this goes. Now I know. I don't know how to turn them down. Like, I haven't changed anything. It's just Twitch. Twitch has been like, we need more ads. Wait. Where am I supposed to be going? Back to the Rift Station. You've entered an unguarded back door? Oh, I didn't go in. Or did I? Yeah, I did. So it says the guards aren't alerted to my presence. So... secure lab? Yeah, exactly. I know. I knew you weren't complaining, but it is one of those things that it's like, you know, you set it to do the absolute like minimum so that way it doesn't aggravate your viewers and stuff, and Twitch is like, no, we need more.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother.
Ooh.
There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. I won't be moved by sympathy, no matter who you bring into this confrontation.
What? Oh, because they're her daughter. Listen, Tits McGee.
Liara's here because she wants to be, not because I asked her to.
Indeed. What have you told her about me, Liara?
That you're a psycho
What could I
bitch.
say, Mother? That you're insane? Evil? Should I explain how to kill you? What could I say?
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before?
Hate her
Few
like helmet
humans
thing.
have.
I can't believe you'd kill your own daughter.
I now realize I should have been stricter.
Oh. 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 Oh shit. Oh shit. Are you not gonna do anything? You're just gonna be a dumb hoe? Look at, she's got a little shield over her, like, uh-huh. Where is it? I was like, where is it? Oh, it hit me. Come on. Allie, don't step in front of me. Over there. Over there. Ronan from the Guardians, like, shielded hoe? I know. I don't get one of those. Actually, I do. Venezia's power level. Is it going up or is it going down? Is she getting weaker? Oh, she's getting weaker. Yeah. She's getting weaker. Oh yeah, she's getting weak. Weak-ho! 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 I would so much rather you did not, my dude. Okay. Because I didn't know what to do. You still kind of don't? Yeah, you just have to wait for her power level to go down, I guess. Because she, like, gets weaker as she, like, summons these bitches. At least that's what I'm seeing from the context clues here. They charge at you.
Over. Saren is unstoppable.
I'm always like, wait!
My mind is filled with his light. Everything
Free.
is clear.
The Rachni didn't cooperate with you. Why should I?
I will not betray him. You will. You must listen.
I want to shoot that
Saren
dumb
still
helmet
whispers
off of
in
her
my
head.
mind. I can fight his compulsions briefly, but the indoctrination is strong.
Why are you able to break free of his control now?
Yes, what a coincidence.
I sealed a part of my mind away from the indoctrination, saving it for a moment when I could help destroy him. It will not last long.
So you could turn on me again?
Yes, but it would not be my will.
I don't believe.
People are not themselves around Saren.
This is phase 1.
Come to idolize him, worship him.
Tits McGee, like her nipples are about to pop out. Like if she breathes wrong, her nipples are coming out.
It is a dreadnought of incredible size, and its power is extraordinary.
Where to get it?
Sovereign's not like other ships. Where did it come from?
Look at the magnifying glass out. You don't need one, it's right there. Look at them.
Not build it.
And the worst part is like I'm looking at her tits because I'm reading the subtitles and it's just like
the longer you stay aboard, the more Saren's will seems correct.
I hate that helmet though.
You sit at his feet and smile as his
Pushed it to the limit of gravity.
It is subtle at first. I thought I was strong enough to resist. Instead, I became a willing tool.
All right, guys, Matriarch Venezia cosplay.
To find the Mu relay. He believes it will lead him to Ilos and the conduit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're here for the relay?
Someone on Noveria found it?
2,000
Dr.
years
Good
ago,
and sexy.
the Rachni inhabited that region of our galaxy.
Love how I said I beat it, but I don't remember this boss fights. I mean, this is a long time ago.
Across generations.
This shield keeps them in.
Inherit the knowledge of their
But without
mothers.
the ugly hat, the bug hat, you mean?
The location of the relay from the Queen's mind. I was not gentle.
Why do you feel bad about it?
You can still make it right. Give me the information.
I was not myself. I should have been stronger. I transcribed the data.
BioWare knew what they were doing.
Please.
Sup, titties?
Time. I transmitted the coordinates to Saren before you arrived. You have to stop.
That's a good one. Hold on. I have to quote that.
I can't. His teeth are at my ear.
Ew.
Fingers on my spine. You
Ew.
You should. Oh, you should.
Mother, don't leave. Fight him.
You've always made me proud, Liara.
The noises.
Die.
Okay, hold on. I want to quote this thing that Gross said. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Okay, there we go. I'm content now. Took a turn. Okay. Wah! Wah! Wait.
I cannot go on. You
Wait.
will have to stop him, Shepard.
Wait. Wait.
Hold on. We've got Metagel. Maybe we can... No. He is still in my mind. I am not entirely myself.
I shot her like 3
again.
times.
Mother. Good night, little wing. I will see you again at the dawn.
I don't mean to laugh because it's a serious thing, but she was just like, "Wah," and she just like, just like crumbled. Melting, I'm melting. I shot that bitch like 3 times. Was that supposed to be a boss fight? Was that was that a boss fight? Because I shot her like 4 times in the head. Oh, that was so funny. Oh, she's getting up. She's getting up. Don't let her up. Oh no. Oh no. She's dragging. She's doing the zombie walk. She's doing the zombie walk. It was the boss fight, but I was the boss. Clone after clone of Boobs McGee. Could you imagine just suffocating in titties? Okay, actually, never mind, because some of you guys might like that.
As our voice, we cannot sing. Not in these low spaces. Your musics are...
Yeah, don't get me excited now.
Musics? What?
Hold on now. Don't act like you wouldn't want to be smothered in titties.
Flat. It does not color the air. When we speak, one moves all. We
Oh no! Whatever you do, please don't put those in my face.
For those left behind, the children you thought silenced.
Remember having trouble with her? Maybe after Arachne Queen took her over?
How are you speaking through her?
Our kind sing through touchings of thought. We pluck the strings, and the other understands. She is weak to urging. She has colors we have no names for. But she is ending. Her music is bittersweet. It is beautiful. You are not in harmony.
Oh no,
with
whatever
those
you do,
who
please don't
to
put those in my
control us.
face.
What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more?
Look, those tanks? Acid. Strong enough to kill anything, no matter its biology. They wouldn't have installed that if they weren't afraid of the consequences of her getting loose.
They made a mistake. They
It
let the
is
Krogan go
my
too
only
far. This is
weakness.
a chance for us to atone. She has done nothing to us.
Your companions hear the truth. You have the power to free us.
I have to pee again.
Or return our people
So wait till
to
this.
the silence
Okay, good.
of memory.
I'm gonna pee while I have a dialogue option here. I'll be back. Okay, we have pissed. Okay. Your companions hear the truth. You have the power to free us or return our people to the silence of memory. What are your plans? Can you tell me?
If I let you live, would you attack other races again?
No. I do not know what happened in the war. We only heard discordance, songs the color of oily shadows.
What does that mean?
A hidden place to teach our children harmony. If they understand, perhaps we would return.
I won't destroy your entire race. You'll go free.
I'm not a spacist. Honorarium of corporate service is the achievement I just got.
We will remember. We will sing of your forgiveness to our children.
Don't sing, you can just say it. You can just say it in a normal voice. You don't have to sing it. You know, you don't need to be so extra all the time. Oh, I thought that was Liara for a second, but it's not. Okay. Now. Oh, Booba! Everyone say goodbye to the Booba. Later. Where? Now where go? Back to tram? Wait, where do I go now? For real? For real, for real? Find the conduit. Okay, matriarch. Mission complete. Depart Rift Station via the passenger tram. Okay. Okay. I am leaving. I am leaving. Strat. Hi, Celestial Kitten. Hi, Strat. Hi, Gentleman James. How we doing? How was your stream? You played Sea of Thieves? I love Sea of Thieves. I didn't know you played Sea of Thieves. How was it? What did you do? Tell me everything. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Stratify. If you guys don't know Strat, she is one of my absolute favorite people on Twitch. Please go follow her. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, hello. If you don't know me, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want. That includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a quick little video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I was obsessed for like 2 years when it first came out. What, you did the monkey? I just did the first two out of 3 of the Monkey Islands like last weekend. That's so funny. But I hope you guys enjoy. Gra, I hope you're ready because you missed it last time. I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god. He's still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my God! What is happening? Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much for the raid, Strat. I appreciate it. Cricket and Mermaid, hello, hi. Thank you for coming on over in that raid. Strat, how was the rest of your stream? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, Gra, you finally got to see it. So for those who are just joining, this is my first playthrough of Mass Effect. I've never played. Yeah, so we are, if you've played Mass Effect and you know, we just did we just fought Matriarch Benezia. And we are basically looking for the, what is it called? The conduit. So that's where we are. Love them bees. Scary babies are scary. I know. I have to redo my rave video specifically after playing Resident Evil 8, where I had to fight the giant. Not fight, but run from, escape the giant mutant freaky baby in Resident Evil 8. So I have to update the raid video with that for sure. But how you guys doing? How was your weekend? Does anybody have the day off tomorrow? Here in the US, it is Labor Day tomorrow, and I don't have to do any labor on Labor Day. I have the day off. I'm hoping it's almost midnight, so I'm not quite sure, but I'm hoping to finish this tonight so I can start 2 tomorrow.
Coordinates to Saren. He may have already gone through.
Right. We can't follow him. That relay's inside the terminus systems. They're not fond of Alliance ships over there, or Spectres.
Yeah, I'll be careful.
Conduit's on Ilos. That's where Saren's heading. I plan to be waiting when he gets there.
Saren probably has his whole fleet in orbit around
Oh,
Ilos.
they said Ilos is the last thing. Oh, so I'm almost done.
Reinforcements. You need to alert the council. They will assemble a fleet to accompany you. It is our only hope.
You played Magic with your family? Yeah, has your family ever played Magic before? Are you a big Magic family, or was this just like a let's figure it out?
Dismissed. Joker, alert the council.
Tell
them everything.
I had an ex who played Magic, and he taught me how to play Magic, and I beat him once, and he like never wanted to play Magic with me ever again, and I'm like, that's not really fair. Like, that's not really fair. Okay, so they said that Elos is like the point of no return. So I'm actually like, I if I stay up a little bit later to finish stream tonight, I might actually be able to finish this tonight.
Yes, Commander?
Speak freely, Presley. I want to know if you have a problem with non-humans.
Yeah, he's racist as fuck.
Humanity is always
He's racist as fuck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're not working on Labor Day? Yeah. I was just telling the story earlier about when I started my job. They were like, we don't observe like holidays and stuff like that. And now they're like, yeah, we take all holidays.
Which is worse, the cold or the corporation? One will freeze your balls off. The other will sell them out from under you. With all due respect, Commander.
I like that Seth Green is the voice of this. All right.
I have to go.
All right, so I have to go down. Where do I have to go? I have to go downstairs to the room. Or is it over here? No, that's the crew meeting room. So I need to find like the video meeting room. Which I think is downstairs. I could be wrong, but I think it's downstairs. Hmm. No, those are the sleepy pods. Oh, whose bedroom is this? I just like went in someone's bedroom. He's in all three? That's awesome. Okay, that's the med bay. Okay. Where's like the video conference room area thing? I thought that was downstairs. Yeah, because it says that I have to... I'm just gonna hang up on them anyways. I only hung up on them once and they really deserved it.
I forwarded the mission update to the Citadel, Commander. We got confirmation on those reinforcements. Ambassador Udina wants us to report back to the Citadel. The Council's massing a joint species fleet.
Andromeda was fun. I've heard that people don't like Andromeda. Why do you think people don't like Andromeda?
I knew they'd come around. Back to the Citadel, Joker. I want the Normandy.
Ooh, the Citadel. Maybe I can buy armor for Tali before the final fight. Maybe. Are we gonna crash into that? Oh. I was like, watch us just crash. I've heard, yeah, why do people hate it? Is it because it's different than the first three? Because, you know, people just don't like things that are different.
Good job, Shepard. Thanks to you, the Council's finally taking real action against Saren.
The ambassador is correct.
She's very
Saren
blue.
is foolish enough to attack the Citadel, as you believe. We will be ready for him.
Patrols are stationed at every mass relay linking Citadel space to the Terminus systems.
You think a blockade's gonna stop him? He's on Ilos looking for the conduit right now. What are you doing about that?
What are you doing about that?
Ilos is only accessible to the Mu relay, deep inside the Terminus systems, Commander. If we send a fleet in there, the only possible outcome
is that enough of a
is
Mass Effect
full-scale
game?
war.
A big open world?
Is the time for discretion, Commander. Saren's greatest weapon was secrecy.
The breeders are from the
Expose he is no
Citadel,
longer
from
a
what I
threat.
learned from
This
Mad Max.
is over.
Send me after him.
One ship going into the Terminus systems won't start a war. I can be discreet.
You detonated
not
a
the same
nuclear
people.
device on Vermeer. I wouldn't call that discreet.
Your style served you well in the Traverse, Commander. We recognize that. But Ilos requires a deft touch. We have the situation under control.
No, you do not. Why is Caden here?
If Saren finds the conduit, we're all screwed. We have to go to Ilos.
Ambassador Udina, I get the sense Commander Shepard isn't willing to let this go.
There are serious political implications here, Shepard. Humanity's made great gains thanks to you, but now you're becoming more trouble than you're worth.
You bastard! You're selling us out!
It's just politics, Commander. You've done your job, now let me do mine. We've locked out all the Normandy's primary systems until further notice you're grounded.
Oh, shit.
Are you insane? After everything I have done, you still don't believe me.
I think it's time for you and your team to leave, Commander. This no longer concerns you. The Council can handle this.
Frosty, I know. Frosty's sassy sometimes. Okay.
Commander, are you alright? I'm sure there's a way to appeal. We're under Alliance authority, after all, not the Council.
Tried.
Official
Why is he? Is he coming to me because like he's the only one that I like spoke
We're
to?
supposed to accept that. So where do you think the best view will be when the Reapers roll through? If we have to sit it out, may as well get a good seat.
We're out of the game for now. I need you to be there while I figure things out.
We just got hit with that now. Yeah, right.
Or any of the crew,
I'm not asking the crew, I'm asking you.
Come on, Caden. I can get a salute from anyone on this ship. Sometimes I need a shoulder.
Yeah, I always leave a way out. You know that. I'm here for you, but we're in a rough spot, and the last thing I want to do is muddy things. Like it's all that clear to start with. Are we the pride of the fleet?
You just got that. Why is it weird?
Valued agents or just peons?
It might just be off tonight, because it's usually good.
Can't just pull out a good old-fashioned, it'll be all right, can you?
It's that easy, huh? Okay then. Everything will be fine, Shepard. You'll figure it out.
It's a super pleasure. Don't overdo it, Romeo.
That wasn't so hard, now was it?
I could get used to it. I guess we have some downtime to figure out what we are, huh?
Is he acting like this because I talked to him once?
Sorry to interrupt,
I talked
Commander.
to him
Got a
one
message from
time.
Captain Anderson.
I talked to him one time.
What did he want?
Only said to meet him in that club in the wards. Flux.
Well,
Yo.
I guess you better go then.
Men get their signals twisted. Twisted. Caden bold as fuck. Yeah. Bro's like, do you remember that one time you talked to me in the cargo hold? Maybe we should figure out what we are.
Logged. The commanding officer is ashore.
What does that even
XO
mean?
Presley has the deck.
I'm a charmer? Not even! I just exist! I just exist!
After years of poor economic performance, ExoGen
That was
has
very
announced that
funny,
its
though.
research
He's like,
colony
maybe
on
we should
Theros
figure out what
is
we are.
finally returning
And
a
I'm like,
profit.
I'm your
New
captain.
discoveries and a dedicated
It is
colonization
another.
effort
I
have finally
literally
paid off
talked
for
to him
ExoGen.
one time.
ExoGen stock rose sharply
I
with
talked
the
to him
announcement,
one
with
time.
investors pleased at this surprising news.
Like, bro, this is like a House and Will situation.
Commander Shepard?
Oh, I like her dress. Hello.
Kalisa been seen in Al-Jalani, Westerland News.
What?
Would you answer a few questions for
Kalisa
our
bint
viewers?
Sinan Al-Jalani. What? Sure.
What do you want to know?
You've been given a unique position to represent our
With her
race.
haircut. Oh
People
my
want
gosh.
to get a sense of how you'll do that.
What's with her eyes? Where'd her eyes go? Where did her eyes go?
Humans have been trying to get the respect of the galactic community for 26 years. With that in mind, what are your feelings on being the first human Spectre?
I'm honored.
The Spectres represent the best of every species in the galaxy. To be asked to join them is an honor.
Some have said your appointment is the Citadel throwing humans a bone. Have you encountered any situations where the Citadel asked you to place its needs before the needs of Earth?
It's not
The
like
Council
that.
is concerned with the needs of the whole galactic community. We're part of that community.
This,
now.
the girl,
Our
the
needs are on
voice
their
of
agenda, but we're one
Shepard
of
is
many.
just like
You really do
so
believe that,
calm.
don't you? You've been given command of an advanced
They're
human
just
warship for
horny,
your
I guess
missions.
so.
Is there anything you'd like to say about it?
Did so you start? You told me you were going to, but you actually started, Nikki. How do you like it? And how many sessions or how many times have you gone?
The Normandy was co-developed by human and Turian engineers. Its design incorporates many innovations, all of which are classified, I'm afraid.
Classified.
So the Turians have knowledge of the Normandy that is being kept secret from the Alliance public? Do you think it was appropriate to hand Earth's most advanced warship over to the Citadel?
This girl is kind of shysty.
I wasn't aware it had been handed over to anyone. I'm in command, and last I checked, I'm human. Same goes for my crew.
Human, yes, but you do work for the Citadel
My
now,
crew's
Commander.
not human.
Speaking of your new job, did the Council order you to sabotage human research concern on Noveria?
I blew up the hot labs.
The Council had nothing to do with it. There was an accident at Binary Helix Labs. in the interest of protecting the company's confidentiality.
It's hard. You went twice so far. How many people have you beat down?
Revelation, Commander. We've had nothing but stonewalling from Binary Helix. Given your recent experiences, do you think humanity will ever get the respect it deserves from the galactic community?
If we earn it.
Respect's a funny thing. People always assume they deserve it. The truth is, respect is earned. And I firmly believe we can earn it.
You're an idealist, Commander, but a sincere one. I hope you're right.
I am right. I'm the main
One
character
last
of this
question,
game.
Commander. Rumors back home say you're tracking a rogue specter named Saren. Do you have any comment on that?
Hold on. It's pretty clear you have an agenda here.
I didn't actually mean to do that.
Part of it. Excuse me.
I didn't actually mean to do that.
You can't just walk away, Commander.
I didn't actually mean to do that.
A shill for the council?
Oh well. Oh well. Alright. 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 I can shop at the Citadel. I think I ended up punching that lady. That's funny. Scan the spitters!
Hello, Commander.
We hang up on you two, bitches.
Show me what you got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
Okay. I need... Whoa. 534,000 units? Yeah. It's okay. I like excuse me. I'm pretty, I don't want to say strict because strict isn't the word, but I'm a big fan of like just kind of like doing the consequences of your actions, you know what I mean? Krogan, human, 22, 204, and 30. Good night, Rachel. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. I appreciate you. Sniper. Okay. All right. There's got to be another sale, another place to buy stuff. Oh, excuse me. Ouch, 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 ouch. Okay. The financial district.
This is not what Jake would want.
Who are you?
The Emporium is behind me.
I'm the only person making sense right now. You're endangering your baby.
Shopkeeper. Hello.
Ah, human. This one is greatly pleased to see you here in my decadent emporium.
I don't want a personal question.
Who are you?
This one's face name is Delaninder. Though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan.
Delan. I like you, Delan.
Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase. All of great worth.
I would like to buy something.
Show me your items.
Do you have armor for my friend here?
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be disappointed.
View non-human armors. Let's go. Quinn, let's go! All right. All right, baby girl, we got some armor for you. All right, baby girl. We're gonna sell that one. Yes. And then we'll sell this one. Yay! Hooray! Accept. Oh my gosh, Tali, are you so excited, Tali? Oh my gosh, look at that. Tali, oh, look at you. You're so fancy. You're so fancy. Oh, Tali. Welcome to the new world. Ooh, wait. Wait. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, only 2 points? Okay, that's fine. One here. Okay, 2 for you. This is 2 for you. Let's do 2 here. And 2 for you. Do you get close to any? Not. Here. Okay. Save! Yay! Guys, we're getting. Okay. Now. Who dis?
Welcome to Presidium Tourism The statue you see before you was commissioned to honor. In the aftermath of the Krogan rebellions, several embassies petitioned to have the statue removed.
That's all for now.
Aquarian armor unlocked.
Thank you for using Avina.
Look at she's so look at her. Look at your little toesies. Your little toesies. Wait, did I get this spinner? Spinner. We got to go get the spinner. Spinner. Scan spinner. What's that? Scan. To CSEC and embassy. Is this a spinner? Spinner. How many spitters have I got? Scan the keepers. 9 out of 20? There's no way! I've scanned so many! Oh, I want your dress! Give me your dress. Give me your dress. Give me your dress!
Welcome. I am Nelina. I don't recognize you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you?
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
Commander Shepard, I'm with the Spectres.
Wait, isn't consort
Excellent.
like a
you
wife?
You should hear something in 3 or 4 months.
Nobody's worth that much of a wait.
Well, that's not for me to judge. I have your name and you'll be contacted. Is there anything else?
I had to refresh. Couldn't hear anything. Oh, I haven't dropped any frames. Maybe Twitch is being twitchy today.
What do you do here, Nelina?
I'm one of the consort's acolytes. Many of the people here today will not see the consort, but they expect to be attended to just the same. It's our job to ensure
I'm not gonna say anything about the consort.
Contented.
What exactly do you attend to?
There. needs.
Well, each acolyte has her unique abilities. Some soothe with song, others with conversation. As much as possible, we seek to match the needs of our clients to the skills of our acolytes.
I want her dressed so bad.
My specialty is touch. My fingertips can find every tension point in your body and relieve it.
I'd like to try out your services.
Excellent. I'll add you to our client list. We should be able to see you in 3 or 4 months.
What is the consort? What does she do?
It's difficult to explain. She's many things to many people, and something different for each. Some seek her for advice, some for entertainment, others still for pleasure. Most of the time, our clients won't realize what they were seeking until after she has provided it for them.
Is she mystical?
You make her sound like some kind of oracle.
Is she
No,
ugly?
Not in the usual sense. She's merely a woman with remarkable compassion and a generous spirit. I suggest you make an appointment and see for yourself.
I think I'm done here.
I don't know if she knows what she
I
did.
hope you'll return again in the future.
Nalina,
Yes, Shaira?
send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes, of course, mistress.
Wait, why do you wear the same dress? Why don't you get a special dress? That was a butt
It appears
shot.
the consort has
That was a
taken notice of you.
pixelated butt
She'd
shot.
like to meet with you now.
Where do I go?
Just head upstairs. She'll be waiting for you.
They all wear these dresses. Look, if you have so many, I know you've got like a closet of them that you can just give me one. Listen, I want a hooker dress.
My brother's a private back on Earth.
I want a prostitute dress.
That is close enough. I've heard a great many things about you since your arrival here in our citadel.
Who are you?
What exactly do you do?
That depends on your needs. I offer advice to some, comfort to
I
others.
want a hooker
But
dress.
that is not why I asked you here. I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
Sure.
Maybe I can help.
I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out.
Okay.
Now he spends his days in Cora's den, drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the men
Oh, she's just groping my face.
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy
Do I have
too
a
much
mod?
to go into the details.
I don't think I have a mod.
If he wishes to
No,
tell
you're
you what
fine. Girl,
happened,
I
that
can
is his
see it.
prerogative.
Oh, it just... Mass Effect makes me tab out to do stuff. It's all good. It's all good. Okay.
What exactly do you want me to
I can tell her I want a hooker
Appeal
dress.
to a sense of honor.
Do you think she'll
Remind
give me a
him of
hooker
his
dress,
position
though?
as a
Does she have
general.
extras? Like, I see
If
it,
you
like, it
can
looks like they've
convince
got a
him to
whole
stop
closet of
spreading
hooker
lies
dresses,
about me,
honestly.
I would be very grateful. Now I must ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
I want a dress. I want a hooker dress. I want the hooker dress. That's the only outfit they have. I know. So that means they've got extras. Whoa. Wait, how does that... That's not a bed, obviously. It's like a dome. It's like a dome couch. That's stupid. Lady, you can't do sexy times in this. I mean, maybe you could, but that would be... You a freak. So you think. I don't know, man. There's like a hole.
I have to admit I'm a little nervous.
Oh?
That's understandable. Many are a little unsure what to expect their first.
Oh, he's so little. Tali, move out of the way. Tali, you're in the way. Go over there.
It's just...
Tali, I'm trying to watch!
It forces us out of our comfort zone. It forces us to be vulnerable.
Exactly. That's just what I was thinking.
Good. Then we are ready to begin.
Are you uncomfortable? Okay. Now I have to go to the bar.
Yeah, ever since Fist took over, I don't go anymore.
Seems like all the best lounges are being replaced by places like Cora's Den.
The Embassy Lounge isn't bad, but they don't have any decent entertainment.
It's run by bureaucrats. They probably spend months just...
There's a randomizer? But what would that do in terms of, like, the game? Like, I know, like, in Elden Ring, like, a randomizer just, like, you know, mixes up, like, all the equipment and, like, the bosses and stuff. Helena Blake.
Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition
Sure.
for you.
How did you know I'm a Spectre?
Word travels. Your name comes up in certain circles. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses. They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
Listen, honey, I just...
Find someone else
I'm
to do
really
your
close
dirty
to the
work.
end of the
I want
game
no
right
part of
now.
Here are the coordinates, nonetheless. What you do with them is your decision. Could you really let these men live, knowing that you can stop them?
Yeah.
Goodbye, Commander.
I can. Surprisingly. Who's that?
What's this? One of the Earth Clan. It is a great honor to welcome
You've got me at a disadvantage here.
Forgive me, Earth Clan.
Barla.
My name is Barla Vaughn. My job makes it necessary for me to keep informed. I am a financial advisor to many important clients here on the Citadel. When someone as important as yourself arrives on the station, I take notice.
Change the characters. I do. Oh, okay. I see.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
Most people think I deal in finances.
Honestly, I probably
but my
won't
real
play through
currency
this
is knowledge.
again
I
on
trade
stream.
Information,
But
and
that could be
it has
something
made
fun.
me very wealthy. But the Shadow Broker is the true master. Every day he buys and sells secrets that could topple governments, always giving them to the highest bidder. Yet somehow he never seems to upset the natural balance of power. All those secrets being passed around seem to even out. Nobody ends up with an advantage in the end.
Who is
Any
he?
guess what his identity might be?
I don't know. Nobody does. The Shadow Broker could be any race, any gender. I have a theory that it's actually an entire group working under one identity. How else could they juggle so many contacts at the same time? How
Yeah.
else could they keep all that information from getting crossed? But they've got the perfect setup.
Look at his little claws.
Every government is forced to play their game so they don't get behind. But no matter how long you play, no matter how many secrets you buy, you can never win.
Interesting.
I thought you'd know more about the man you work for.
Here be okay.
From time to time, I come across information I sell to the Shadow Broker. That's my only involvement. I like it that way. The more you know, the more dangerous the game becomes. I don't like danger, Commander. I'll leave that to you.
Fair.
I should go.
Okay.
Goodbye, Commander.
Goodbye. How do I get a hooker dress? Presidium locations? Words? Cora's Den. A gentleman's club in the wards. It didn't show me that before.
Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. You want many good supplies, yes?
Yes.
Let me see what you have.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have. You will see.
Non-human armors. Ooh, so there's Aquarian level 8. Oh, it's the same. Well... Yeah, it's this... 19-168-21. 19-168-21. This is the Liberator 8, and it's the same as the Explorer 8, which is kind of stupid. That sucks. Alright, well, at least now we know that we've got the best Quarian armor for now, I suppose. I suppose. Oh, it's not as good as the other music, though. Oh, General Septimus. I need to talk to him. But wait, there's another thing over here. The dress! I want it. Oh, shit. Might open the wrong door. There is no wrong doors. If she dies, she dies. How was I supposed to know that when they said private, they actually really meant private? You know, like, I'm not a mind reader.
Commander. What do you want?
Did you just sniff me?
I'm here on Shaira's behalf. Your lies are hurting her.
Good. Her lies have been killing me for days. I've seen a lot of horrible things in my days, and there's only one woman in this damn galaxy that helps me forget it.
If you feel this way, General, then why spread lies about her?
Because she rejected me. Me! Septimus Oraka, General of the
Men!
Turing Fleet.
Why are men?
Is she really worth it? There must be other women.
It's not just any woman I want. It's her, and her alone. Look, kid, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
General, did you ever win a battle by moping in a bar?
Oh my god.
Ha, war. That's what this feels like, all right. How did I let it come to this? So you think it's that easy? Just straighten up and
yeah.
act like a general?
It would be more productive than sitting here.
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe you're right, Commander. Shaira's worth the effort, even if she won't have me back.
Oh my god. Oh
This
my
is no place for
god.
someone of your stature, General.
All right, I'll go to her after I've had a cold shower or two. Say, you're a bright kid. Would you be interested in earning a few extra credits?
Oh, Jesus Christ,
What do you
sure.
want me to do?
There's an L-Corps diplomat out there who believes Shaira gave up his secrets.
Why would he think such a thing?
I know.
Because I told
Why would he say that?
Look, I just need you to convince
Why
him of the
why
truth.
would he believe such a thing?
Why
Why?
do you think he'll believe me?
You'll bring him proof. Take this data pad. It shows where I got my info. It will exonerate Shaira and convince the L-Corps.
Who am I taking it to? And where is he?
His name is Zaltan. He's an Elcor diplomat.
Oklahoma's only been a state since 1907?
Well, here's to soldiers acting like soldiers.
That's crazy.
Thanks, Commander. You know, you might make a good general yourself one day.
Yeah, I don't fucking get depressed when some bitch fucking doesn't want to tap that. Yeah, crazy thought, right? What a crazy thought, right? What a crazy thought that I don't fucking commit, you know, war crimes and stuff when some bitch doesn't want to tap that. Crazy. That's crazy. That, like, is there not a vendor in here? Is there not a vendor? Ooh, a spinner, too scared. Spinner. Come on. Oh, look, they have it in like a purple black. I obviously want the pink one, but the purple black's kind of pretty. Oh. There is like a party in here.
Spectre, right?
Oh, look, they have so many colors.
Remember Shanshi!
They have so many colors.
No blood for aliens.
Aww. You're lucky I can't shoot you. I was gonna, because it would be funny.
Commander Shepard, it is an honor to speak with you.
What do you want?
You obviously wanted to speak to me.
I'm Charles Saraceno of the
Oh, why does
Terra
your face
Firma
look like
Party.
that?
With Armistice Day coming soon, we're making our voices heard by the alien appeasers on the Presidium. Can I count on your support in the next election?
What? What?
You're marking the end of the first contact war with a protest.
As we have every year for the last 26 years. The war taught humanity a lesson that some would forget. If we don't stand up for ourselves, no one else will.
I thought the lesson of the first contact war was that there's other life in the galaxy and they have opinions too.
Perhaps so, Commander. But if aliens feel free to express their opinions at gunpoint, why shouldn't we?
What happened at the mass relay was a misunderstanding. If you saw a child about to touch a gun, wouldn't you stop them?
I'd pull them away, yes. I wouldn't shoot them dead.
What are you running for?
I'm seeking one of the 5 spacer seats in Parliament. They have certain Baroque conditions for a citizen to be able to vote for them. You have to spend more than 6 months a year in space, but you can't have stayed in any one settled system for more than a month.
That's kind of crazy.
You do spend most of your time in space, Commander.
I do? What?
Sorry, I believe we need to work peacefully with other races.
We've heard that before in human history. Well-meaning naivete leads to declarations of peace in our time. We can't allow anything like Shanshi to happen again.
Shanshi.
I don't suppose I could convince you to issue a public statement of support for my candidacy.
Oh, probably
the support
not.
of the first human Spectre would be invaluable.
No, probably
the
not.
The occupation of Shanshi couldn't happen again. We weren't even sure there were aliens to garrison against back then.
It's still a powerful symbol, Commander. Shanshi is the only human territory ever occupied by an
can't.
alien species.
I have to be neutral.
It's inappropriate for an active duty officer to publicly comment on politics.
Of course. I apologize for making the request. Thank you for your time, Commander. Remember Terra Firma on Election Day, because Terra Firma remembers you.
Bro. 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 Why is everyone mad racist? Everyone's racist. Wait, where's this?
This is
A spinner!
It's a bank statement.
A spitter, too scared. Spitter. Hello.
Welcome back, Earth Clan.
Yes.
Will you be needing supplies
Yes.
for your return to the colonies?
Show me what you've got.
Okay. Whoa, look at that. Woo. That costs so much money, though. Damn. Shit's expansive in space.
Thanks. Hasn't worked well since I bought it.
Shit's expansive in space. Emily Wong. Hello.
Word on the street is that you've been busy. Congratulations on taking down Fist. I was sure he was a big player in anything going on here. Did you find anything in his office that could help me?
These?
These OSDs might have the information you're looking for.
You've got Fist files? This could be even bigger than I'd hoped. Here, Commander, for your trouble.
What would my future cooperation be worth?
Oh.
Say, an interview when my investigation is over?
Exclusive? You talk to me before you talk to anyone else?
Sure.
That would be worth quite a bit, and I'd be very happy to compensate you
Sure.
accordingly. Here you are. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should go see what's on these discs.
Yeah, go see what's on those dicks. All right. Well, unfortunately, I think... Yeah. I'm gonna say, I think that in the words at Flux... Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that I am off track of... I started saying several times, I think I'm off track of the main quest. And then I just kept going, I think... Med clinic. Hello.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from Fist's thugs.
Oh,
Commander.
sure. You're welcome.
I don't know what would have happened if you
I'm happy to help.
I'm just glad you weren't hurt.
Me too. Now,
I need
is there
supplies.
anything you needed?
Let me take a look at what you have for sale.
Of course.
Of course. Of course. Holy shit. Look at this. 399,000. Get out. Get out. Get out. That's crazy. Spit there. I got the spit there. I have to get the actual audio of what I'm referring to when I'm saying spitter. It's a TikTok. It's a TikTok of a doll, and she's got like all of her hair like ripped out, and she's got like her makeup's all fucked up. And she talks like this. She's like, a spitter! There's a spitter! That's what I'm referring to.
Soldier, I've got a major situation.
Major.
And I need help from somebody with humanity's interests at heart.
Ooh, we're close to a club.
What kind of situation are we talking about?
Of course, right to business. That's why humanity has the best damn fleet in the galaxy. My name is Elias Keeler. I'm an alliance negotiator. We've got a big session coming up with the Solarians.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't believe what's riding on this. I'm fighting for humanity on this one, just like you are.
Okay,
Don't try to sell me on this. Just tell me what you want.
I need you to buy a mental stimulant for me. It's legal, but restricted. I've purchased the monthly limit, and
Oh, so you're an addict.
Keeler, you've got a problem. You need to get treatment.
It might look that way from the outside, but this is just a one-time slip-up. All the top negotiators are on stimulants
No.
close to the legal limit. It's the way the game is played.
No.
I don't see all the top negotiators soliciting help to go
No.
over the legal limit, Keeler.
Maybe you're right. I've been trying to keep humanity strong, and maybe I've pushed myself too hard. I'll tell you what, this will be the last time I use the stimulant. After this deal is finished,
no,
I'll get treatment.
No trade negotiation is worth ruining your life for. Let it go.
Go
Get
to
help.
fucking
You don't
rehab.
understand. Humanity needs me, and I need that stimulant. Without it,
Punch him. Punch him.
I don't know anymore. I get so tired when I run out of the stimulant. I just need one more boost.
Go get
There's
treatment.
no shame in having a problem, but you have to get treatment.
You're right. I'll go tell my assistant. I shouldn't be working like this.
Did they make his lips blue on purpose, or is just like the light? That's hilarious. Ooh. Oh, I'm dancing. Okay, maybe don't look at her dancing, because she's not doing great. What's this dress look like? Oh, I like the white and red one, kind of. Let's see. That's the white and, oh, the white and black is kind of classy. I like that one. The green one? The green one's fun. Ooh, actually, it's like piss green. Never mind. Yeah, I still want the hooker dress. I still want the pink hooker dress. Hello, Rita.
I know. Sorry, I'm kind of busy.
Ooh, I like her dress too.
So, what can I do for you?
Got any problems?
What were you discussing with the Volus?
Who, Doran? Oh, I was just asking him about my sister. See, she worked for Doran before she left to... Ugh, sorry. I don't want to bore you with my problems.
Go on.
I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, okay. My sister Jenna left here to go work at Cora's Den. The problem is, she's working as an informant for CSEC. You know, eavesdropping on the people there.
That's
If they
what I'm.
find out what she's
Yeah,
doing,
that's
they'll kill her.
not good.
Being an informant is a dangerous job.
That's what I've been telling her. I don't know. Sometimes I think she stays there just to spite me.
Do you know who her contact at CSEC is?
No, it's all very secret. Last time I asked an officer, he told me to stay out of it for Jenna's safety.
Sure.
Maybe I could help her understand.
I'm not
just
gonna
how
do
dangerous
anything
Cora's
else because I'm about to finish this game,
Would
but
you?
sure.
That'd be great. Just don't tell her I sent you. Well, I should get back to work before I get in trouble. Thanks.
You're welcome. Captain Anderson.
I'm glad you came, Shepard. I heard what happened.
Oh.
They pulled me off the mission, just
I-
like when they forced you to give up the Normandy.
Didn't mean to actually talk to him.
I know. I'm
Well, I
sorry.
did mean to talk to him, but I didn't
wanted
think
to
that
warn
was
you, but
like.
there was no way to get a message to you before you docked. I know
Advancing.
you're pissed off right now, but you can't give up. They all think this is over, but we both know it's not. You have to go to Ilos. You have to stop Saren from using the conduit.
There's only one ship that can get me into the Terminus systems undetected, and she's grounded.
Citadel controls locked out all the Normandy's systems, but if we override the ambassador's orders, we can get them to bring the Normandy back online. You can be in the Terminus systems before anyone even knows you're gone.
What are you? Yeah, I
If we
was here.
steal the Normandy, you're the one left holding the bag.
And if Saren finds the conduit, life as we know it is over. The Reapers will destroy us. Humans, Asari, everybody. You're the only one who can stop him, Shepard. So I'll do whatever it takes to get you on the Normandy and off this station.
Stealing the Normandy is
Like
mutiny.
chill, like lower the volume a little
The
bit.
Normandy's your ship now, Commander.
He's like, I'll do anything it
Her crew
takes.
will follow you to the ends of the galaxy. We both know that.
I won't forget this, Captain. I promise.
I can unlock the Normandy from one of the consoles in the Citadel Control Center. You'll have a few minutes before anyone realizes what happened.
That is a restricted area patrolled by armed guards. How are you going to get in?
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're in the Normandy when the systems come back online.
You're gonna get yourself killed. There has to be another way.
Ambassador Udina issued the lockdown order. If I can hack into the computer in his office, maybe I can override it.
He won't just stand by while you
Yeah.
use his computer.
Hopefully he won't be there. If he is, I'll just have to think of something.
Just
The
smack him.
ambassador will not forgive this, Captain. You will be charged with treason, a capital offense.
We don't have a lot of options. I break into the ambassador's computer, or I take my chances with the patrols in Citadel Control.
Oh, fuck. we can find a way to negatize the enemy's crew's positrons, we may be able to reverse the polarity of the deflector shield. It's a trap!
You'll have a better chance if you go after the Ambassador's computer.
I was hoping you'd say that. The Ambassador has made this personal. You ready to get the hell off this station, Commander?
Not yet. I have more stuff
I
to do.
still have some things to take care of.
Come see me when you're ready to do this. I'll be right here waiting for you.
Right here waiting for you. The bouncer. Who that? I just wanna chill. Ooh, chilly. Ooh, low stakes Quasar. How play? Play. What do I do? 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 How? You've busted. Oh, it's like blackjack. I just had, okay. So it's like hit me or not hit me. Okay. Yay! Wee. I have some gambling to do. I'll save the world when I can. I'll save the world when I have time. Yeah, bitches. This is the rest of the stream, guys. Bum, ba-dum. Money is important. I need so much of it. Bitch. Armor is not cheap. It's true. $1-800-GAMBLER was the name of my all poker Red Dead stream. That's so funny. It's a huge payout. Huge. Bum, ba-dum. All right. Quit. I can quit anytime I want, chat. Did you see that? Spit there. See, I came in here to scan the spider. I came to scan the spider. It's fine. All right. I was really hoping that we would actually finish this today, but it looks like we've got a little bit left in the Citadel to do, and then all of Elos. So we will finish tomorrow, it looks like. I have to pee again, and I'm getting a little sleepy. All right. Where am I actually supposed to be going? Back in there to talk to him. Okay, so let me just go back in here. Go piss girl. Yeah, I will. I'll go piss girl, and then we'll find someone to raid. I might not even raid tonight. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, I went to piss girl. Let's save. Let's see. How many people we have? 13? Let's see if there's anybody on. If there's any pals on. Okay. Exit game. Yes. Alright, so looks like tomorrow will be the final countdown. Tomorrow will be the final push. Come on, I would like to. There we go. Thanks for another fun stream. Thanks, guys. Always appreciate you being here. All right, let's see. Who's on? Are any of our friends on? Fuego's on. We can raid Fuego. I wasn't gonna raid, but we'll raid Fuego because I can just raid and run with him. Alright, guys. Tomorrow we finish. Tomorrow we finish. It'll probably be a normal time. Probably still be at 8. But yeah, we'll finish tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate you. Stay safe, make your choices. I will see you tomorrow. If you don't have to work tomorrow, enjoy.